2026 special budget meeting. Members of the public have been provided with the following methods to watch and or participate in the open meeting. Attend in person at the township office, or you can watch the live stream by accessing the meeting on the township's YouTube page. You also can attend electronically to observe the meeting or to speak to an item on the agenda by registering with the Codes Division in advance. And finally, you can submit written comments to the Codes Division that have been provided to the mayor and council and will form part of the public record. I'd now like to call the meeting to order. Can I have approval of the agenda, please?
Moved by myself, second by Council Rowland, that council adopt the January 26, 2023 special budget meeting council agenda as presented with the following addendums. One, add item 6.3, discussion paper number 3, 2023 operating budget, air special area rate. 2, add item 6.4, discussion paper number 4, 2023 operating budget, bylaw enforcement service levels. And 3, add item 6.5, correspondence received from Jim and Pat Hagan.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. I would now like to do the territorial Indigenous territorial acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory, Anishinaabe and the Mutual. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. We offer this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples of Canada. The Indigenous people are the stewards of the land, and they hold it in high esteem, asking us to walk with them. And now I'd like to pause as we contemplate how we can walk with them to make this a powerful year. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of any interest in the below? Seeing none, items for consideration, report 6.1, number 6.1 is report number finance 02-2023 to 2052 capital forecast. Christina Brock's presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will share my screen. I'd like to go over some of the highlights from the 10-year capital plan. My intention this evening is to start at a high level and discuss the overall projects, and then move into the actual spreadsheet tables so that we can discuss projects on as council deems fit over the specific items. Today, we are looking to provide an update on the 10-year capital forecast to assist with the development of future capital projects and their alignments with your expectations as council. This will help facilitate your roundtable discussion about our long-term goals and projects. It will help identify and prioritize projects to assist with future capital and operating budgets, as well as to prioritize projects over the next 10 years. And then finally, we're looking to seek your direction and seeking to have you adopt in principle the 10-year capital forecast as a blueprint for the township to follow. I will emphasize that it is not approving every single project in the 10-year. Each year we bring forward a capital budget, and that is what council on an annual basis.
Just a quick comment there that in the capital budget, it is a fluid document. Things can be taken out and put in. Much more difficult to put on because we haven't started a funding base to get towards them. So we have to think about the consequences, but also just wanted to be aware of that.
In August, we presented a 10-year capital budget. We presented the 10-year capital forecast. Since then, we have made some adjustments to reflect new knowledge from the market on actual costs and to better project costs into the future. The total capital campaign has increased to 111 million from 106 million. The two largest areas that the township has when in terms of capital spending is on its infrastructure projects, roads, bridges, stormwater management, sidewalks, and streetlights, and on facilities, which would be new builds and refurbishment and replenishment of the existing assets. This screen shows a projection of over the next 10 years, how we are spending our money by project type. You can see that the largest two areas, as I previously stated, was on infrastructure and facilities, with 38% of the 10-year funding going for expenditures going towards our facilities at 39 million. Sorry, at 42.9 million. And then 36% of our funding is going to our infrastructure at 39.6 million. We do have replacement of fleet and our parks as well are in there. And then a small portion is for studies, equipment, and software. When we turn to financing and funding for these projects, it's helpful to see a chart of how the municipality raises funds. Here in the township, we try not to use current taxation dollars to fund current year projects. While sometimes that does occur for smaller items, when you're looking at significant builds, the township has taken an approach to transfer those funds into reserves and then pull the money out of the reserves once a sufficient amount has accumulated in order to spend it. So while you see 21% funding coming from taxation, the bulk of that is actually either transferring current year taxation into reserves for future projects, or in the later parts, funding some of the debt. Debt is not an actual funding method. It is a financing that somehow we have to fund the payments of over the 20-year period. In our case, and in a later slide will show, we have a couple of options for how we're choosing to fund the debt. Other areas to note here is that we are expecting to spend 18% of funding on development coming from development charges. We are looking at about 16% coming from government grants. Some of those items are the gas tax funding and OCIPA funding, which are the OCIF is a specific fund for
Christine, is your mic not working? It won't stay on.
Unfortunately, Madam Mayor, I have one where I have to hold it button down. We'll change that for next time I have presentation.
Thank you.
And the other portion I'd like to, we split out two reserves to show you the funding from. One is the Grand Bridge Energy Income Reserve. Every time the township receives funds by way of interest or dividend payments, we set that aside as a reserve for future capital, and that's going to account for 4% of our funding. And the aggregate reserve as well, we all of the funds we collect through the aggregate fees from the province, we transfer that to reserves, and we have typically spent that on our infrastructure projects as well. In terms of debt financing, there are 4 projects listed here that are funded by debt. The first one is this building itself, and we're nearing the end of the repayment for the NDCC. That will be finally completed in 2024. That debt repayment is actually being funded through our development charges, as it was a new service provided to the township when it was constructed. We are also contemplating requiring to use debt financing for the town hall, and we have proposed that that be funded through the Grand Bridge Energy Reserve in order to pay for those debt repayments. Finally, we have the Public Works Depot Phase 2 and the Twin Pad project, which will also require us to take on some debt, and those would be funded through taxation. Repayments of debt begin the year after we have taken out the debt. So you'll see that these years align 1 year after the construction project. In the end, we are looking at about 50% of our debt being repaid from taxation, 42% coming from Brandbridge, and 8% from development charges. I'd also like to note that for 2022, our annual repayment limit was 1.9 million. And you can see that throughout the next 10 years, we are only looking at $800,000 of repayment, which is nowhere near our limit. The annual repayment limit is set and typically received in March of the following year or for that year, and is a governmental formula based on own or earned revenues and various criteria. I did want to highlight the four major projects that are in this capital forecast. First of all, the Township Municipal Office project, which CAO McNeely will be providing a report to council in the first quarter of 2023 for further details on. The Public Works Depot renovation and expansion is actually split into 3 phases in the capital forecast. In 2023 is where we are looking to construct the office and staff area, and that portion is not included in any of the debt we have proposed in the previous slide. 2026, when we build the equipment facility, that is where a portion would be DC funding and or development charges funding, and a portion would then be from debt. And finally, in 2031 would be phase 3 with the salt sand storage structure. The other 2 projects are listed together as they need to be done in sequence. The twinning of the ice pad here at the NDCC is proposed for 2025, which would then be followed by the adaptive reuse for the ACC and the ice surface into Moorside Recreation. The 10-year forecast is a fairly aggressive program with significant financial implications for the township. We have basically proposed using all of the reserves over the next 10 years that we have been setting aside for capital. So if council wishes to add projects or change strategies, the earlier we are aware of it, the easier it is to adapt, as there is little uncommitted resources within our program. Due to these natures, we are asking whether or not council has any opinions on whether we should be dropping projects, adding projects, or changing the timeline for any of the projects.
Do you want discussion now?
We can, or I can finish the slides and then we can move into the individual sheets. Not in the 10-year capital are 2 projects. The Air Ice House Precinct Master Plan for the park development has not been included yet. And in December, there was a engineering and public works report regarding the Nisville Bridge rehabilitation, with proposing essentially 5 options on how to proceed forward, with the recommendation to be part of this discussion. And I've listed the 5 options that were presented in the staff report for council's consideration. If either of these projects would be added to the project, we would probably have to look at shifting or changing some of the timeline, or perhaps looking at increasing our transfers to reserves over the time period. That takes me through the presentation I had. If council wishes, we can go category by category through the spreadsheet of the detailed proposed projects.
Let's do. Yes, please.
In your budget binder, there is the giant Excel spreadsheet, as I like to call them, that we can discuss. First section is the summary, and followed by section A is fleet and our rolling stock. The program for rolling stock is very straightforward in that it is replacement of our existing vehicle. With council's adoption of the Transform Waterloo region, we are looking wherever possible for greener vehicle, hybrids at this point, or electric for some of the equipment if available. The section after that, are there any questions on the rolling stock?
I'm still asking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Christina, general comment when it comes to rolling stock. I know we have plans at certain stages to buy certain vehicles, stuff like that. However, given the market recently and given what's happening with vehicles in general, I'm hoping that we maybe keep pushing it out in the way of replacing the vehicles, and vehicles that need or we would like replaced, maybe just keep with our regular vehicles, because I think that given the economy and given the situation of taxes and everything, I think we should try and get the most use out of our vehicles that we can, rather than worrying about, trading them in when they're worth something. I think we should maybe keep the vehicles a little bit longer than we plan to, if we're replacing vehicles at a certain stage. I just think that we're getting hit on all corners with this budget, and then the government with Bill 23 hits us again with this budget. I think we have to be very careful with rolling fleet, and hopefully maintain our equipment so that we can keep it a little bit longer than maybe we'd like to.
Any comment from staff? COA hearing is not rolling fleet based upon a formula created by the government.
So now I can repeat that.
It is not the rolling stock created basically by a government formula that recommends that it's at certain times. And I sort of agree with Kathy Austin in some ways, if the vehicle is not more involved, I think roads and things tend to be hard on their vehicles because we put them out in the worst of them.
So, Madam Mayor, there is no provincial formula. As it relates specifically to the fire service, there are ULC ratings in terms of age of equipment for frontline apparatus. And once a vehicle reaches a certain age, 20-year threshold, generally speaking, there is a recalculation that affects their insurance premiums due to reliability of equipment. That is not a government formula. It's specific to the industrial sector, and I'll call it risk. As it relates to the balance of the corporate fleet, as Treasurer Box has indicated, the vast majority of purchases in the 10-year forecast are related to vehicular replacement based on their life cycle assessment. We have generally used industry norms for the replacement schedule, and what we are experiencing, because we've had supply related issues with a tandem axle that was actually put in service last year, we are witnessing exponentially high maintenance costs, partly because the frequency of repairs has increased, but the labor costs and the equipment materials are significantly higher than we track. And that is actually a direct influence on our annual operating budget. And we have actually had to put more money into our operating budget to maintain our current fleet because of the cost of service repairs. So at some point, the cost of repairing the vehicle almost exceeds its replacement value. And it'll vary from vehicle to vehicle, depending upon how the vehicle is used. And I'll call it general preventative maintenance is taken over the life of the vehicle. But the other is, the whole issue of reliability. I mean, we just finished having a storm, and we fully deploy our public works rolling stock to provide timely maintenance. The reliability of those trucks is critical when you need them. And if we're having performance-related issues because we've extended the life out 2 or 3 years, we may or may not be able to fully deploy those vehicles at a moment's notice when we want because of downtime for repairs or something happens to the vehicle during its operation, and then it's sidelined for a few hours or a few days, as the case may be. I do agree with Councillor Foster. We have witnessed the last 2 years very, very high costs for purchase of vehicles. We witnessed that in 2022, and I don't see that softening in calendar year 23. Whether this becomes the new norm for future years, I guess the market will tell us accordingly. We do know that there have been some supply chain disruptions that have influenced the automobile sector, but I don't know whether that's a go forward or not. Market will certainly tell us that in the next year or 18 months. But we're witnessing it right now, both purchase but also repair.
Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Andrew. Two questions. One, for example, I'm just looking, for example, administration fleet vehicle. We have 22,000, 23,000, 24,000, 128,000, 25, 26. Like every year in this capital forecast, there's an amount that is added in there for rolling stock. So are we expecting to replace vehicles every year or every other year? Is that necessary? And second of all, have we looked into, if we're going to replace a car every 4 years, have we looked into leasing?
So Madam Mayor, through Councillor Austin, what you're seeing largely in those lines is the contribution to reserves. Our small duty fleet, whether it be for recreation, public works, fire, or administration, the life cycle replacements is 2 years. So we put aside money incrementally each year over 8 years, so that in year 8, when the vehicle is come due, the monies are in reserves to replace that vehicle. So no, we're not buying a vehicle every second or third year. Generally speaking, light duty vehicles, 8-year life replacement. The dump trucks, 12-year life replacement, and rubber tire equipment. So think of the loader, the grader, the backhoe, generally on a 15-year replacement schedule. Fire apparatus, not including their light duty vehicles, which are on the 8-year. Their major rolling stock is a 20-year life cycle replacement. So they're staggered by type of activity, but each year we are making contributions to reserves for their eventual replacement when that date on the calendar arrives.
So as an example, what happens with administration fleet in 2026 where 23, 24, 25, the numbers are relatively constant as they are in 27, 28, 29. And then in 26, it goes to 128,720. Is that a year that several things are due, or?
So Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Austin. So if you take a look, it says contribute the 2 bottom rows under the rolling stock for administration. You will see the $7,000 or $7,500 increment or $15,000 increment. That's your annual contribution to reserves. Now, for the building department, it actually is not tax funded. It is coming through what we call the Bill 124 reserve, which is fees collected for the processing of building permit applications. A portion of that goes to those reserve accounts. So through the 23 through 25 period, there are no vehicular purchases. You will see in 2026, the 2 building vehicles are scheduled for replacement. And then if you were to drop down to the funding side, you would see they come out of reserves. So the whole purpose of this is to try and keep our tax funded exposure from year to year relatively constant. And build those reserves for when the purchase occurs, the funds are in the account and they don't affect the annual operating budget in terms of tax spike or tax increase.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowman and Councillor Wells.
Madam Mayor, so just to clarify what you said, so you said that in 2026, the two bills are funded out of reserves, but they're not funded from the Bill 124 reserve, is that correct?
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Rowland, the two building vehicles will be funded from funds from the Bill 124 account. They are a building expense, and as past practice in the exclusive to the building division, it's a self-funding department, whether it be a capital item and or the annual operating.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just
Doesn't show that, though, right?
if you go to the bottom of that page, it shows you the building vehicle reserve. And you can see that at at the end of 2022, we're predicting 55,600. And then as we add to it in 25, that grows to 102,600. And then after we spend the 103,000 on the two new vehicles, it drops down to 15,800.
So, Madam Mayor, just to clarify for Councillor Rowland, you're correct. The 103,000 spend is shown in the wrong row. So in the reserve continuity at the very bottom, it's been correctly accounted for. It's not reserve, it's the Bill 124 reserve for those two vehicles in fiscal year 2026. So the reserve continuity correctly calculates, I'll call it the withdrawal, but it's not in the right row in the funding section.
Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two questions. One is, does this capital forecast also take into account the growth that we'll be experiencing? So we're opening new parks over the next few years, new mowers. Does this capital plan also include that, or is it just existing stock that?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Williams. The township has made investments in whether it be rolling stock for public works and recreation in prior budget years to account for some of that growth. So we do have a couple of purchases in the 10-year forecast that are growth related, but some of that has already been undertaken because they were needed because of some of the initial growth that's occurred, but it positioned us going forward. So those growth related capital items, let's just say another dump truck or a piece of special equipment, either all or a portion of it has been accounted for through the development charge calculation, and it has been identified in this report. So if we go to two examples, the fire prevention vehicle. So I'm on page 4 of the spreadsheets. The fire prevention vehicle, car 2, is a 2023 purchase in the amount of approximately $63,000. It is funded by development charges. Because of the additional demands of growth, residential and industrial, commercial, institutional, the fleet was being expanded and it's funded by development charges. If we go to recreation, so I'm on page 6 of the spreadsheet. There's a 1-ton crew cab hoist truck that's proposed for 2024 at approximately $98,800. It is an expansion to our fleet. That project under the funding column shows it's being funded by development charges. So once again, the extra demands placed on recreation because of the increasing inventory of open space has triggered the need to enhance or expand. The majority of the 10-year forecast is vehicular replacement, which is tax funded. And only those new purchases as a growth related initiative would be captured either fully or partially in the development charters.
That was helpful, thank you.
Maybe for next year's budget, we could have a little cheat sheet at the bottom that says, recreational vehicles. 8-year lifespan of and just that little breakdown, very helpful.
Madam Mayor, it is there in the notes at the bottom of it that says the expected, for example, 20-year replacement schedule of comfort standard rescue units. So we did try and add those notes, but if it's not clear, I will make changes next time.
Thank you. Councilor,
Just clarifying where it says that the 15-year replacement on rubber tire equipment, including the personal, the half-ton trucks.
No, those would be under the, what we call light duty, which is shown at 8-year replacement schedule. Rubber tire would be things like the loader, the backhoe, the grader.
any further questions? Councilor Lawrence?
I have specific questions about some items, is that okay, or?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. What page did Councilor?
Okay. On page 6, I have a specific question about the ice resurfacer for the ACC that looks to need to be replaced for 2024. And since we're decommissioning this ice arena, I was just wondering why would we be spending over $100,000 on something that could be.
So Mayor, Fox and through to Councilor Wilms. It's replaced, so in 2011, there was a Zamboni bought for this building. 2 years ago, we bought a new Zamboni. Because this is the busier of the building, we put the brand new one here. We moved the 2011 model down to the ACC. So we're now at the life cycle replacement of that older Zamboni, which today happens to be housed down at the ACC. The intent is that we'll be replacing the older one with the new purchase in 2024. And if we have a twin pad arena here, we will need two Zambonis, because although they're one address, you can have the same overlap time when you have to flood. Okay, so it's not going to be the new purchase as a replacement. It's not going to be surplus, whether we keep two buildings or we consolidate into one. If we're going to have two ice surfacing, we will require a minimum of 2 ice resurfacers. So the only reference we put to the ACC is just because it's the older of the 2 units and it can be phased out and replaced with a new unit. So the intent would be initially, if we're going to keep the 2 facilities, the new Zamboni would come here, and the one that we purchased 2 or 3 years ago would be moved down to the ACC.
Councilor Tillington?
Maybe a bit naive in asking this, but would it be possible for scheduling if we could work with this one as in?
So it is difficult to schedule in this way. So we can put up a schedule of 1.5 hour, 1 hour. But we don't know what happens with injury time on the ice, whistle stoppages, lights break out, I think at the Sens game. They all affect our ability to schedule. While we have blocks assigned, there are on ice events that adjust that, and you could interfere with each other's ice. The other is this: some of our users only want an hour ice, they're having a practice. The other ice might be an 1.5 hour game slot. And so once again, everything's out of sequence if there's any delays on one side or the other. Some of those delays are potentially outside of our control.
Any other questions? Councilor Bowman?
Are we moving on to the whole?
Can you name the page you on?
Oh, I have a question about on page 7. There's two items. The first one is the halfway down the official plan. So I know that we had talked about Local 6 being in effect in our official plan. So I'm wondering how is it going to play out in 2023? Having to create our own official plan. Maybe the CEO gave us some details on how that's going to work. And the second question has to do with the cultural landscape right above it. I know the province gave us a very short time period with the new changes to the Heritage Act. I'm wondering, is that enough time in 2024 to address the concerns that Heritage is going to have with regards to designating or not designating properties? Those are two questions.
So, Madam Mayor, through to Council Roman, speaking specifically to the official plan. We had part of this document, if you were to compare the August forecast to the present forecast, we have significantly increased the dollar ask, largely attributed because of Bill 23 and the implications of the region. If Bill 23 is proclaimed and presented, no longer being an upper tier planning responsibilities. So initially, there are transitional provisions set out in the Planning Act that both the local and the regional official plan would come down to the area municipality. And this is not unique to North Dumfries. This is anywhere where there is a region that loses its planning responsibilities. So temporarily, we have the regional document, which could include minister-approved ROPA 6 and our current official plan. We would be responsible to administer those portions of the regional official plan that would be reflective of North Dumfries. So for example, the policies related to development adjacent major transit facilities would not apply to us because we're not one of the 23 identified sites. In the document, but it wouldn't be relevant in the context of North Dumfries. Where there's a conflict between the regional document, because remember, it will now have been updated because of ROPA 6 and the current township official plan, which was last amended in 2018. Where there's a conflict between the two documents, the regional document becomes the paramount policy instrument. So it supersedes the historic text or provisions accounted for in the township official plan. We are asking council for a spend to basically allow us to do a couple of things. Take those portions of the regional official plan that make sense for North Dumfries, incorporate them into a consolidated local document, and then deal with some other transitional matters that come out of the regional official plan and or provincial legislation, recognizing the province has signaled that they'll be writing and releasing a new provincial policy statement and potentially a rework of the growth plan for the greater portion area. We're obligated to have policies that are consistent with policy. So there's that aspect. And then we have the ability, for lack of a better term, to round out rural employment and rural settlement areas as part of the creation of the new documents. So with all of these elements, plus whatever strategies that council may wishes to entertain to reflect North Dumfries and the wishes and desires of North Dumfries, but they're not in conflict with provincial policy. Council may want to put those elements into the new document. So that's the official plan exercise and how we will deal with it on an interim basis, having two parallel documents. It will create confusion. It will require, where we have similar policies, to make sure that we're using the appropriate document to guide us and lead us in our discussions. But the whole intent is to update, modernize our document and consolidate those elements between the two documents that make sense. The last aspect to go into the new official plan for the township, and we had started to work on this back in 2019 and 20. We presented to council 5 discussion papers related to existing neighborhoods, potential medium density designations, design parameters and green strategies in terms of layouts of new neighborhoods and the like, to dust those off and see what looks appropriate in the lens of 2023-24. And are there aspects to raise the sophistication level and modernize our document to ensure that we're achieving those objectives that we want, both for intensification as well as greenfield neighborhood development. With respect to the cultural landscape paper, it was staff's intent to utilize 2023 to do 2 things. One was find out through council, what is your comfort level related to heritage resources? And how do you wish to deal with them going forward because of the implications arising from Bill 23? So once we have an understanding of what council's direction would be, the intent would be then to undertake preparation of a screening list as to how we would then evaluate properties within our existing inventory, which is over 300 properties, if I was to add both the rural as well as the urban areas. There may be some easy ones to take off without having to bring in a professional to score and evaluate. Where there's been significant alteration to it, or it's in a significant deteriorated state. Those are pretty easy to take off because they're never going to rise to warrant a class 4 designation. So that in 24, we would have a consultant retained because we'd be going into the marketplace in the fall of 23 with the intent that in the early part of 24, we hit the ground running, but now it's on a scoped focus. Council articulate what their interests are in terms of heritage resources and what the expectations are. We will have removed low-hanging fruit, and the consultant will begin dealing with site visits, research, and scoring for those properties that might fall within the potential of elevated to a Part 4 designation of the Heritage Act. The intent is by the end of 24 then, we would have a list that council then can decide whether or not to move 1 or more properties forward to a Part 4 designation. Or if we do it by section, we might deal with increments of 30 or so properties, and we would identify to council, okay, out of these 30 properties, here are 5 that warrant discussion, and do it in a phased basis as the material becomes available after the scoring by consultant.
The reason why I asked about those 2 items is because when I look at the 10-year capital forecast on page 7, see that this is a pretty heavy spend here in this year 2023, basically $1 million spend. So I'm wondering, is it realistic, given what's going on with the province right now, is it realistic to have this official plan review as a group of items in 2023, or is it more realistic to push it back to 2024? The only reason why I asked it because we're already into 2023, not seeing a whole lot of direction from the province. Is this really something that's realistically going to happen this year? We're going to have to hire someone to do this, I would assume. So that's going to take a few months. Is there a way, should we be thinking about spreading some of these front-end loaded costs here for 2023 over the next 2 or 3 years and pushing it a little bit? To think that we're biting off quite a bit of spending in 2023. I'm just wondering, is it really realistic to do all this in 1 calendar year?
So, Madam Mayor, Chief Council Roman, it is a huge commitment, both in terms of internal resources as well as hiring specialty firms to assist us. And yes, there is a big dollar spend attached to it. As it relates to the heritage or cultural element, we have a deadline under Bill 23. Council has to make a decision whether or not properties are to stay on the built heritage inventory and to identify and flag those properties toward a Part 4 designation under the Heritage Act if they meet certain criteria. If that decision is not made by, basically the end of 2024, basically those properties by default fall off the list. And then there's a rigorous program to reintroduce them back. So, that one by legislation dictates to some extent our time. As I said, there's work we can do in 23 so that we're more focused when we bring the consultant on board to actually do the scoring, and I'll call it the heavy lift, but on, I would hope, a more scoped list. As it relates to the official plan, not knowing what ROPA 6 is going to look like, when the minister finishes with it, remember the minister has received a document from regional council, presented and adopted in August of 2022. Minister's the approval authority. Minister can modify the document as he or she sees fit, and has the approval authority related to ROPA 6. And we have seen in other areas of the province where conformity exercise was put forward by upper tiers, or single tier municipalities, the minister has introduced significant modifications to those earlier approvals, and it's basically put the, I'll use the word, the province's stamp on those documents. I have no idea what Waterloo's will look like. I can only look at others and say, change is coming, and I don't think the document that's presented and adopted by regional council will be the document that will be approved by the minister. But the other is, we are witnessing growth, and we need to have a document that signals the vision and the blueprint to accommodate growth that reflects the desires and expectations of North Dumfries. Our current official plan lacks that. The regional plan is meant to be an overarching vision or blueprint and looks at to some extent at intermunicipal relations. If I look at servicing strategies or road and transit, okay, we have a bit of a gap. And I believe if we're going to deal with, and we're going to continue to see greenfield and intensification development, that we need to make some sophistication of what we want neighborhoods to look like. And that would require a rework of our current strategies and policies in the township official plan. I have no idea when the province is going to finally release the new provincial policy statement and what the outcomes may be of a reworked growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. I have no idea when the minister is going to finally do with ROPA 6, and certainly I have no timetable publicly announced from the minister's office as to when and if Bill 23 will be proclaimed as it relates to potential removal of the region of Waterloo as a upper tier without planning responsibility. All of those elements are fluid right now. All of them will influence what a new official plan would look like in terms of scope of work, terms of reference, and then obviously the bid document going out into the marketplace to retain those professionals. We put it in the budget because we need to start in 23. I just can't tell you whether we're going to be starting the process in May, August, December. Honestly, that element I don't know. The minister leads us to believe that there's a crisis. We need to bring about change in our planning programs collectively, and they need to build 1.5 million homes across Ontario by 2031. And so in that lens, I have to believe that the minister's decisions will be earlier than later, but we don't control that timetable or what the ultimate agenda will look like.
And see, Fiona, this is all coming from reserves, correct? Official plan. Unless I got it wrong.
So the 2023 spend is funded internally through monies that we put aside in previous years for planning studies. You can see in 2024, We do run an overall deficit of approximately 35,000. And then in 25 and beyond, we're back into a positive cash flow in that reserve account.
Thank you, Councillor Norman.
Madam Mayor, so just sort of adding to what Councillor Austin was saying earlier about trying to stretch out our vehicles. I think we're both trying to get at the same thing. Due to the increased cost from Bill 23, it's adding the extra, the 1.9% to our budget that we had counted on. Is this the year where we have to seriously take a look at the 1% we're putting into reserves and not do it this year? And then what we have to do is take these projects, stretch them out, not draw down our reserves quite as much as we were hoping to this year. That would allow us to slow up how much we're putting into reserves just for 1 year as we recover from cost of Bill 23. And then next year resume with our aggressive rebuilding of our reserves. I'm just wondering, because at 4.8% tax increase, we're hoping for a 3% tax increase. So we're, as Bill 23, we're quite a bit over. So are there any cost saving measures that we can take? That's kind of what I'm getting at in Councilor Austin's.
But that's not why it's over because of loss in funding. Because we were at 2.8% without the loss of funding, is that correct?
So Madam Mayor, through to Madam Mayor, through to both you and Councillor Rowland. We have had several factors that were unexpected this year that dropped our revenue to assist with the operating budget. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, we were down about $40,000, which is roughly 0.75%. By looking at tax rate implication. Certainly there are influences that have hurt us as it relates to the operating budget. But Councillor Rowland is correct. We identified roughly, rounding my numbers, about 1.9%, just to deal with the initial implications attributed to Bill 23, I apologize. Which we did not know in August when council set the guardrails for what you would like to see as an overall budget increase as a maximum. We did work to the 3% as best we could based on non-Bill 23 outlets. So we met that target, but we're not putting as much money away as we have had in past years for the infrastructure. We were right at the 1%. Normally, in prior years, we were actually putting more than the 1%. If it's council's wish or desire, certainly there would be approximately $65,000 that would not be required in the operating budget, transferred to reserve. It does influence you in future years. Because you now have $65,000 less dollars going into one or more accounts. If you modify, delay, drop certain capital projects in future years, you can make up that $65,000. You might look at a year or two down the road, making, I'll use the word, a catch-up. Where if you don't do it this year, you double up an effort a year or two down the road. The problem with that aspect of saying, oh, we will double up down the road, there's always a budget pressure. And who knows what the next driver is going to be. If council wishes this year, because of all the economic headwinds, and trying to reduce the overall tax burden that's shown in the draft budget, then I think you need to look at, or direct staff to look at, how can we absorb that loss this year and maintain the general intent of our forecast, but to account for that loss and identify a potential candidate project study to get reshaped, modified, delayed, or potentially dropped.
Christina, if we did drop the 1%, then the deficit for 2024 would not be, I'm asking, would be 100,000 rather than 35,000.
Madam Mayor, we would definitely have some issues with the planning reserve. If we did not pull the full amount, suggested in 2023 into that particular reserve, that if council directs us to find savings in other reserve transfers, we could do that. When you get into later years, you will see that many of our reserves drop down to $500. So what I would ask then is which projects are we delaying further so we have time to recover from that, or which projects?
Council Tilly.
Along the same comments, but maybe in a slightly different tone. 2022, 2023, very difficult years financially for everyone. The way that I see it right now, and I might be incorrect, but there's, we'll call it an excuse for an increase. We look at, not to throw them under the bus, but look at Wilmot, is going to 11% increase this year. And I'm not disagreeing that absolutely we want to keep it as reduced as possible and not increase anything. But maybe it's more acceptable to people that live, residents that live in North Dumfries, to understand that we had a really weird year with a lot of pricing increases. But we hopefully do see things like vehicles and other prices reduced down as, I guess, the inflation contracts and pricing and things do come back to a reasonable level as the economists are trying to do, and people calling politics are reduced, and finances, sorry. I don't disagree, but I'm wondering for long term whether or not we have. I hate to just be off the cuff like this. I think we can get away with doing it this year more than any other years because we had such a rough year with pricing. And I don't want to. I would rather see what we could do and go with what, you know, what can we find, what we can't find. But I think it's explained, I'm going to just repeat myself, but I think we have seen a very difficult year to 2 years where the pricing's just gone astronomically higher. So not saying we shouldn't, but I'm also saying like I said, it is something that I think people can understand. Although the people I do tell right now, and I have discussions, that they're flabbergasted at what our budget projection is right now, because they're used to a 2% or 3% increase. So this is what they're expecting. Well, what happened? So a little bit of explanation. They start nodding. They understand. They see what's happened. But I can see where it would be much better to come back. So I'm open to both options. I just wanted to throw that as a possible comment.
Councilor Rossman.
That's all the more reason why we and staff and council came up with the way we do it now. So we don't get nailed with 11, 12, 15%, because it never was done that way before. And we have it operating this way now. Staff is doing a great job in making sure that we keep our reserves healthy, so we don't get slammed in a year. And slammed in a year where, like I said, 11, 12, 15%. I know it's hard to keep thinking, why does everything have to keep coming up? Why does everything have to keep taxes have to get raised? And you feel like you get bombarded from all corners, but if we don't remain healthy, it's going to catch us. And staff did a great job, starting with Andrew, way back, what, 4, 5, 6 years ago?
Mid 2015.
Yeah. And we worked very hard to get on that track. I understand that we don't want to unnecessarily put more stress on our residents, but at the same time, we have to be steadfast in the direction so we don't get nailed with something, because it can go sour really fast in 1 year with the way the economy's going, with the way that labor is going, the way that vehicles, etc. Like everything just keeps going crazy. And we can easily get caught if we're not careful. I hate to see the taxes go, saying any higher than, when we projected what, we wanted 3.2 max. Then Bill 23 comes along, adds another 1.9. Approximately, so. Yeah, who would have thought, right? But it is the situation, and the council and staff, we have to deal with it as best as we can and try and make it as palatable as possible, and hopefully we won't do what other townships are doing at 11%. And if you look at our tax base compared to all those other townships and cities and stuff, you'd have to travel at least an hour to an hour and a half to find taxation that is lower than ours.
Councillor Rowland.
Madam Mayor, I guess the only concern I have is that we posted quite a few surpluses in the last few years. And if we find ourselves a few months from now in a situation where we have another large surplus, we're going to be very upset with us. So this is a pretty crucial point in time where we need to take a good part of this budget and make sure that it's not some items here that are kind of padded in here. Because honestly, I don't want to be in a situation at the end of this year where we have a $500,000 surplus and people are yelling and screaming saying, why did you raise the taxes to 2.8? So if there's a project, like the Air Ice House precinct or fire prevention vehicle that we can push off for a couple of years and therefore not have to get those reserves funded this year, maybe that would give us the money to save. I don't know, just want an idea, but if you're really cautious, it's the end of the year, we're going to be upset with that, like a big surplus. I really want to be in that position.
CEO McNally and then Councillor Olson.
Madam Mayor, the council wishes a target, and let's just say council wants to go back to the target that you established in August of 2022. So that was before Bill 23. I mean, that came out after the municipal election. It was on the 25th of October, if I remember correctly. So the way of council basically says to staff, we want 3% or lower. Come back with options or scenarios as to how to achieve that. We would bring a shopping list, for lack of a better term, to council, both operating and capital. When I'm looking at capital, I'm looking at capital transfers, because 100% of the capital budget for 23 is funded through reserves or grants. It is not, it won't affect your tax rate or your tax file. What the only thing that's tax funded is the transfer to reserve or reserves plural. So it would really be looking at what we would be looking at in future years if we diminish the transfer to reserve. It is focusing more on the operating aspect in terms of where the haircuts be made. Then council will have to decide whether those are appropriate or necessary. The other aspect is with a capital level, there can be future years implications related to operating, related to staffing, perhaps heat and hydro if you take on more square footage. And longer term, the replacement of major building components by looking at a building or a major renovation of space. So while there may not necessarily be an operating implication on a capital spend today, it can translate into future operating pressures in future years. So if we're going to be in a period of 3 or 4 years of economic headwinds, perhaps continued high interest rates, council may want to take that perspective, looking out 3 or 4 years and trying to model a program that factors those influences and tries to adjust accordingly, recognizing the pressures that both residents and businesses could be under, and the significant dollars that we have to raise through the property tax stream to fund our capital as well as our operating campaigns.
Councillor Olson.
I just had a quick comment to follow up what Councilor Rowland was saying about surplus and that. That's such a double-edged sword because staff does their job. If we don't have as many winter events, if we're not using as much salt, we're not using, the plows as much, et cetera. And, we're lucky and create a surplus, then, like, why we're raising taxes, because you never know what a surplus, you have a surplus until the surplus happens at the end of the season or the end of the year. You have a good year, you get a surplus. I mean, that's kind of what happens, but maybe if we do have a surplus, maybe there's some way of incorporating that money into the next year's taxation where we can use that money to offset. I don't know if you can do that on a surplus, or if it has to go to specific things, but if we do have a surplus, it'd be nice to take that surplus and say, okay, well, we needed to raise taxes 3.9, but now we have the surplus, we only have to raise taxes 2.9.
The region has a tax stabilization reserve, which is exactly that. In a surplus year, a percentage goes into the tax stabilization reserve. And on hard years, we use it to help fund projects and rather than taxation. Councilor Rowland.
Mayor, no, I realize that Bill 23 created a lot of extra pressure that we weren't counting on. So I'm not suggesting that we have to say to staff, stay at 3%. All I'm asking is this the year that we should spend the 1% infrastructure funding? Just leave everything else the way it is, but just find a way to get that 1% out of there. That way we bring our taxes down 3.8 instead of 4.4.
Christina, I'm going to ask you a tough question. Are we looking at it, do you believe, and I know you can see for sure.
Madam Mayor, I can confirm I am anticipating a surplus. I cannot tell you at this point magnitude is because we are still getting invoices in that relate to 2022. So I'm not in a position to definitively say what that number is. Traditionally, in the past, when we have had a surplus, we have tended to platoon that into one of our capital reserves that is severely underfunded. We put it into facility reserves or infrastructure reserves in the most recent years, or we replenish in years when we pulled funds out of the wage, pay equity and wage reserve. We've replenished those funds as well.
So council, it sounds like we might have a reserve, we don't know how much. So would this council consider not taking out the 1% reserve and allowing whatever surplus to come to go into offsetting that 1%? Council Austin?
If this year is an anomaly where we got hit, like I said, we got hit with Bill 23 and that jumped up the tax rate a fair bit. I wouldn't be adverse to doing that. I don't think that really should we do that every year, because as Christina had mentioned that we have to really be careful with our reserves, because if we get depleted on reserves and we have projects, then people are going to get really mad when we have to raise taxes so high to cover major expenses. So we do have to protect the reserves. However, if this is a year where we need to do it, that might be an option to do it. Like I said, it's a real balancing act. Like, what do you do? Like, I like the idea of using the reserves to keep the taxation lower, but then when you do that, you're just taking it out of one pocket and putting it in the other. Like eventually you're gonna run out of pockets, and you have to create that revenue from somewhere. But I'm not averse to not doing it. I think it's a good idea. It sounded like a good idea at the time, as long as our reserves don't suffer from it.
Councilor Chamberlain.
Apologetically, slightly changing gears, but running along the same line. So to staff, I would like to ask about page number 2. and I'm sorry to do this, but I think it's all gonna lead to the same location eventually. If I look at the taxation, facilities, and I see that in 2023, we're at 186,000, and then by 2026, 2027, we're reaching really high up there into the 700, 890,000. Just wondering what kind of effect does that have? Because I'm looking at it potentially. We did nothing today, did nothing change, but I made my notes before we started this discussion. But if we're looking at 2023 and we're potentially looking at a 4.8 tax increase, what potential increase are we looking at for a taxation year, or a year where we're having taxation increasing so much differently than what it is this year? Are we looking at something now where it makes me a little bit nervous to see these numbers climbing at that kind of rate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councilor Tilly. In those numbers is the repayment of the debentures for the twin pad and for the public works phase 2. So at those points, we were anticipating raising taxes to do that. Each year, not only do we have a tax rate increase, unfortunately, but there's also assessment growth, which does allow us to, as we add new houses, it does allow us to do ratepayers. As we get into the later years of this capital, we are anticipating our assessment will be higher, so it will not, strictly speaking, be a tax rate increase at that time. There is the potential that assessment growth would fund a significant increase on that.
So if I can, Councillor Tory, the region was looking at 11.6% tax increase, but when they had the assessment, it got it to 9.6. So what would you say would have been this year, you know, Christina, with the assessment? How much would the tax increase have been without the assessment?
Our assessment, Madam Mayor, was 3.27% growth this year. 1% tax increase is about $65,000, and an assessment growth, I believe it was 62,000.
So you're saying 3.2%. So if we kept what we're doing now and didn't have that assessment growth, we would have been at 8.9, actually 9% without the assessment growth.
Slightly lower, but
Yeah.
yes, it would have been.
So our assessment growth brought the taxes down to the 4.8. It would have been about 9%, just below 9%. Go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
So in continuation of that, and I see your explanation makes sense, but when we start increasing numbers, and I do understand that there hasn't been an assessment for a lot of years when it comes to property taxes, and that we're gonna see significant increase. No, we're not. Okay, that's okay. I'll make my silly statement and then you can correct me. So, but once we get to 2026 and it is at that much higher level of debt taxation, or taxation, yes, taxation. That I can only see that, and then it starts kind of, it seems like it's going to be hanging around just below $1 million for some time, or almost permanently. It seems to be at our, I guess, whatever we look at our forecast. I just would hate to see all of a sudden we start talking about large increases every year. And I understand what you just stated there, but we're still talking 186,000 increase this year versus in 2027, almost 900,000. So that's where I see that, and I just get a little nervous, and that's where, sorry to bring it back to what we're talking about here. If we put a little bit more away now, when we get, if it does happen to be a little bit of an extra, or we do have a bonus year this year where the 1% goes in, that's where money when we need it later, we won't actually have to go in after that. So that's where my tie-in is to the previous conversation. My apologies for changing it once again, but I thought it was kind of.
Madam Mayor, just to follow up with Councillor Tory. So those large numbers that you see and how they stabilize in the back end of the decade, that's because the debenture payments typically are for the 20-year horizon. So that's paying both principal and interest. And while over years, principal grows and the interest drops, the lump sum numbers generally are constant over the life of that debenture. typically we've modeled on 20 years for the debt for those major projects, being the twin pad and phase 2 of the Public Works Depot project. I just want to clarify on the assessment. There's going to be two different things that are going to happen in the next few years. One is, at some point, the province is going to reassess the problem. Our budget and the redistribution of the assessment by recalculation, the same, it doesn't create new revenue for us. Okay. The reality is, we need $6 million. We're going into the marketplace through taxation to raise $6 million. The fact that your property may go up twice the value today doesn't mean we're getting across all of the properties in the residential classification double the amount of money. That's not how it works, okay? But what we will witness, and we saw it for the first time this year, by contrast to the last 3 or 4 years, our assessment base is growing. So we're generally building about 150 new dwelling units per annum, principally in South there. Those properties add assessment, which then spreads for better term costs of whether it be operating or capital components over a greater number of properties. Our ICI sector, industrial, commercial, institutional, we have properties that are coming into the market now. We're opening up certain areas. They will also add to our future assessment base. And once again, help them spread some of those costs are. Now, that doesn't mean we have a credit card and away we go. That's not what I'm trying to say. So what you see here is future projected costs that have gone up with what we have modeled as inflation. And interest rates as we know them in the present period. And we raised the interest on the debenture, what was discussed in August, based on the fact that Bank of Canada, through the fall and now early 23, has been going through a series of rate increases. So our cost of borrowing has gone up if I look at the 2 different periods of time. In August and now in our model. What we haven't done is a linear projection of what our assessment base will be over that corresponding period of time. So we haven't done that this analysis. We're just saying, based on everything staying the same, with accounting for that inflation factor, roughly 2% each year over the 10-year forecast, these are the dollars we're looking at going forward. But we haven't looked at the other side of the equation being, okay, our assessment growth, if it continues, let's say at 3 or 3.5%, what additional dollars are generated each year?
Councilwoman.
I think, Madam Mayor, so just, I understand for clarification, you're saying that the assessment growth is occurring mainly in the south there, but that keeps the taxes down for the entire township. So people in Ward 3 and 4 also enjoy a lower tax rate because the assessment is growing in south there. Is that how it works?
So, Madam Mayor, the majority of our growth in terms of greenfield development is occurring for residential, is occurring in south there. Some of the new programs and spaces and roads that we're creating are also in south there, because you have to have access to those residential lots that are drawing building permits or parks that will be opened up to meet their open space needs. The majority of our institutional commercial development will be in Ward 3 in proximity to the 407, the 97 401 business park. Our assessment is pooled. Costs are largely.
And also under Article 23, or not just we, but there's going to be lands coming on that won't be just subject. And so we're going to see development across the town. So,
So, Madam Mayor, I think you know where I'm going with this. I think the CEO knows where I'm going as well. I think everyone knows where I'm going with this, basically. So if we're pulling our assessment, but we're also pulling our costs, then I just want someone to explain to me why we have an SAR for error, because I don't understand I still don't understand why there's an SAR. If what we're saying is that the tax rate would be presumably 8 or 9% of the entire township if we didn't have growth in air. But now we're looking at a 4.9% tax increase for the rural residential, sorry, the rural areas. But we're having a 5.3% tax increase for urban air. So I'm just wondering, if someone explains to me how this works when we are all benefiting from having residential growth across the entire township, except for when it comes to the SAR.
CEO McNamee.
Madam Mayor, if I could, there is a discussion paper as part of tonight's agenda. And it specifically speaks to the direction we received at the council meeting a week ago, talking about the special area rate, how it came about, what it's utilized for, and what the implications were if there was changes to it. If I could, I think that discussion should occur when that discussion paper comes up in the agenda tonight. Right now, we're looking at the 10-year capital forecast and what the implications are in terms of what council's vision is related to the 10-year capital forecast.
Christina, you were next and then Councillor Robin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought that maybe one thing might help put things in perspective for council as well. When we presented the 10-year capital forecast back in August, we were actually hoping to put $1.2 million into reserves funded through taxation. We have already cut that back to $913,000 because of understanding our limits and what we wanted to keep within council's directive for percentages. So again, if council directs it, we will absolutely look for savings within those reserves, but I feel that it should be more of look for savings within the entire operating budget and not just the capital transfers.
Councillor Robin.
Matt, I only raised the issue of the SDR, Madam Mayor, because I know Council Ross was leaving shortly and I wanted to discuss before we leave. So I was hoping to get it in before he takes off.
Okay, do we have any further comments on this? Oh, I was gonna ask, if our surplus does not equal the 1%, that directly impacts our budget for 23, which means we could end up with a deficit. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, we have not accounted for utilizing the surplus on the 2023 operating budget. It is dangerous to budget for dollars you don't know whether you actually have in hand. Because notionally, if that surplus was to be utilized, you put in a number and for whatever reason it doesn't match that number, you've effectively created a budget that has a deficit before you've spent any money.
Yeah, that's what I was-
Hugely dangerous. We do not prepare budgets that way. We truth on what we know, so we start with 0 and we grow from there. We will be bringing, after we have the audited statements available, so May of 23, we will be bringing, obviously, the audited statements, so we present a presentation and the release of the financial statements by the auditor. And companion, there'll be a second report from the treasurer that will talk about the audited 2022 year end with the actual number and in past practice. We've identified obviously what the number is, but where our pressure points are and recommendations for council to where those surplus dollars should be directed. For the most part, those dollars have gone into our capital forecast.
Thank you. And I'd also like to remind council that we've had large surpluses. It's been due to loss of staff. And also a lot of times it was COVID when we didn't require staff. But since then, we have hired qualified people in positions that will be empty before. Is there any other questions? Because, go ahead, Councilor Ross.
I have a question about page 3, sorry, page 13, around the contract. Okay, so I spoke with Mr. Belen yesterday. He very kindly did a presentation for me on this. And I was, he's obviously put a lot of work in it, which is wonderful, and I wasn't familiar with Contract before, so that was a good educational experience. I appreciate it very much. I was wondering if we should be moving this potentially out for a variety of reasons. Right now, it looks like the only park that could accommodate this one would be in Schmidt, but there are new developments where there is another park which could accommodate it as well. And then the question is, could some of that then be deferred by development charges if we put it into a new park rather than into an existing park? And then my second thought was, if we if we do have it being built in 2025, I was concerned that perhaps some of the fundraising related to that would also interfere with our fundraising that we need to do for the ice rink if we want to go ahead with that.
So your suggestion is move it out, are you thinking in the 15-year and 14-year forecast or in 10?
So right now it is listed as something to be done in 2025. I was thinking about if we could move it out for a couple of years, just to see if there's a potential for a new park and potential to not over fundraise.
So do you have a suggestion of what year?
I was thinking,
2029?
yeah, anywhere between 2027 and 2029.
But that wouldn't impact anything, would it, see, because it's all in the same, it's just shifting money, right?
So Madam Mayor, Track was significantly funded through donations and fundraising and grants. So there was very little internal funding from the township. Township's commitment was basically provision of land. There were some dollars from the corporation, but the vast majority was raised through community fundraising, going after grant programs, and private sector foundations and funds.
Or maybe moving it out as a godsend for them because they'll give them more time to fundraise, but they will be competing between our state.
Mayor, yes, if council ultimately decides to move forward with the Twin Pad project, there is a significant community fundraising component for that project. There may be other projects that council identifies that also have a community fundraising component that aren't accounted for presently in the 10-year forecast that council wishes to add into the timeline. But certainly on the immediate horizon would be the 20 project of the NDCC if it moves ahead in the present time period shown in the capital forecast.
Councilor Rosner, what are you making? 7:30. Can we switch over to the air, especially area rate?
Sure.
Okay, so, who wants to take the lead? Small or Councilor Rosner? Do you want to make a presentation first, Christina?
I don't have slides there, Madam Mayor, but I can speak to the discussion paper. In it, we were requested to provide some more background information on the air special area rate. And what would the impact be if it was eliminated? So the discussion paper goes through the municipal act and where council has deemed a special service to be provided to only a certain area of the municipality, then a special area rate can be enacted. I'm not quite sure how long ago this rate was actually impacted in the municipality, but it has been many years. Over the past few years, it has changed. In previous years, there was the path maintenance and the fountain and things like that were part of it. Now it is strictly speaking just for maintenance and only 70% of the cost. When we had a discussion about it in the 2022 budget, we provided the actual number of kilometers of sidewalk within the township, and we reviewed how many of those kilometers were in front of schools, our downtown areas, our parks, along the regional roads, which had challenges for more regular snow plowing and other areas of that nature. And when we compared that percentage to the overall sidewalks within air, that is where last year we came up with the 70-30 split of costs. Part of the discussion paper does speak to minimum maintenance standards in terms of clearing sidewalks and roadways, and how how much we provide to the township does exceed those minimum maintenance standards. So it does provide some discussions as to whether or not council desires to look at changing service levels. When we did the calculation again this year with the sidewalks, it was basically the same. It was a slightly different percentage, but it is effectively 70-30%. And that is why staff has recommended that be maintained. If the special area rate was eliminated, then for the 2023 year, there would be a shift in the burden from the special area rate into the general levy, which would result in $110,000 being added to the general levy. So the general tax rate would increase. Overall, those within the urban boundary settlement area of air would actually see a decrease due to the elimination of the special area rate, and then it's not as large an increase for them over the rest. And it would effectively result in properties paying the exact same taxation, no matter where that residential property was located. I did provide two different attachments, one showing the current sample calculation for the average household of 372,000 versus the elimination, and it shows that those outside of the urban area would pay more in 2023 as an increase, but the actual dollar amount would be the same.
Madam Mayor, so I guess the thing that kind of hurts me with this whole SAR is that we keep saying, when we build sidewalks in Roseville, then we'll get rid of the SAR. But surely to run this, well, that's discussion, that's going to be thrown around council, don't worry, but eventually we'll get rid of it when we have sidewalks in other parts of the township. So my only question is, with that is, it's more efficient to run a sidewalk snowplow operation throughout the village of Air than it is to have to shuttle out to Roseville to plow over the sidewalk. So if we're not going to limit the SAR, then when the day comes that Roseville has sidewalks, presumably they'll have their own SAR to cover their very expensive sidewalk removal in that little small portion of Roseville. And then someday Branston or Clyde will get their sidewalks, they'll have a very expensive SAR. So if that's where we're gonna go, then I guess we won't discuss the SAR, but to me, it seems more reasonable to say, let's just not have the SAR as part of our winter maintenance operations. And then if we add sidewalks to Roseville, add sidewalks to Browns or Clyde or Branston, that's all part of the tax levy. Yeah, that's a more fair way to do it.
Yeah, I'm listening.
With that,
Yeah, nothing, no, no.
I got a lot to say, I just gotta choose my words.
Well, you're running out of time, so hurry up.
You know, how many years have we talked about this? How many years has the SAR came up? You know, we could banter it back and forth and say that, you know, special consideration is given, for example, Award 4. I brought it up a couple of times, our council role has brought it up about the fire budget. We have a huge amount of money that goes towards the fire budget to have the contract with the city of Cambridge to have a response time faster than servicing Ward 4 from our fire department. It's huge, $400,000 a year. That's not an SAR because it's service, and the service response time has to be within a certain amount of time, but it's still a cost. It's still an additional cost that the taxpayers in Ward 1, 2, 3, and 4 are paying for it, but it's a service particular because we need a certain response time for Ward 4. I mean, we could go through several different things, as Council Rowland said, you know, Like sending a snow plow out to plow a road with 3 homes on it costs a lot more money than plowing a road, of the same amount of road with 100 homes on it. You can throw darts at all these different little things and pull it apart. The thing that we have to look at is, are we gonna do things in the township as wards 1, 2, 3, and 4? Or are we gonna start taking things apart specifically wards 1, 2, 3, and 4? We're one township. We're not 4 different townships. We're one township. We should have one taxation. And whatever happens that benefits Ward 3 goes to the taxation rate, Ward 4, Ward 2, Ward 1, because development is there. We don't do these things because we don't need them. We do projects, we invest because the taxation it generates goes to the whole. You
That was
know,
very good arguments. Councilor Robinson.
I think you're probably right. This is some banter back and forth. Get to do bantering now. So I think I understand your position in many ways. When it comes to the fire there, I think that's a whole different budget item because it's fire and emergency services. And you have people's lives on the line in a way that you don't have when it comes to sidewalk cleaning service. So I don't see them as similar things. And part of that is just because our township is geography is rather strange. And it's just the cost of being together in a weird rock around Cambridge. Another thing to note too is that Ward 3 has basically all the aggregate pits, and there's $700,000 that goes straight into the township to be used by everyone. So I think we already pay a lot from that perspective when it comes to putting up with the dust, putting up with the noise, putting up with broken windshields, and we don't ask the township for a special rate because our windshields got broken. And we don't say, hey, can you know, pay for our cars or cleaning our pools. So in that sense, I think we need to be, I'm not, though I understand and I appreciate the fact that, you know, and I understand and respect your position and that you want to represent the folks in air that have to pay this extra. I think also looking at the wards outside there, there's things there too that we put up with, and that is a levy on us, even if it's not a levy on our property tax. That should be taken into account.
Good. Who wants to debate next? Really good points. Councilor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, so I understand what Councilwoman is saying. I mean, this would I do own property in Ward 3 as well, so I pay taxes there as well. But what I was going to say, the earlier discussion we had about the tax rate that is lower the entire township because of the broken assessment. So that's something that I want to raise at this point in time as well. So to me, we should look at all residential rates across the entire township, whether it's in the Councilor Osler said, whether it's in Groveville or Air or Brampton or Clyde, all be the same residential rate. I think we should have one rate for the entire township. And because let's face it, we all know eventually those services are coming to the entire township. So let's take the plunge now. Let's do it now under the one tax rate for the entire residential sector.
Councilor Tilly, then Councilor Tilly, and then Councilor Ross.
I appreciate exactly what you said, and I know in the depth of the report to try and come to a point in my mind where I can support it, because I do see the value of having finished sidewalks. But it's a service that is very much and a service that's done for the residents of the area. It's understood that there's a lot of other services that are done in different areas. I think it's also very much supplemented in the way of it's $48 to keep your sidewalks clean at a very high rate. I would actually happily pay $48 a year to have my driveway done or something like that, and that rate. And I'm not saying that everybody's happy about paying that amount, but I do know it's specific to the area, the people that are in that area. We did have, I did remember you commenting or somebody else commenting about the fact that there's people coming to the town to walk and enjoy the sidewalks. And it happens out in Gresham as well. People come from, they walk the streets. I unfortunately just think it is something that the benefit is not enough in my mind to support it as a North Dunbury thing. And I hate causing this kind of situation where it's a that's and then thing, because I don't want that. I would love to be able to support it. I just, unfortunately, just in my mind, I can't see that defining difference, that it's a benefit that all of us would benefit from. Although I do understand your points and agree that there is some very understandable points to that.
Councillor Austin.
I mean, every ward, has their, input for taxation and their output for taxation. So when you say the aggregates are Ward 3, well, the farming is too, the farming's and all. But when you look at the mass of the population, the mass of the population is in Ayr proper. Got 2 wards, we're over 50% of the population in our area. The only thing that I've said before, and I'd like to see is we are one township. We should have one taxation rate. The coffers, the money comes in. We quite heavily, the first year the last councillors were in, we quite heavily debated the fire service, and I understand it's a service. It's fire service is a service. What from the rest of the township's perspective, from what I understand, is the fact that, well, we can still service it. We have a fire department, we can still service it. It's just the response time is a little bit longer. So we have this contract. We're paying heavily for this contract for the amount of calls that we have, which are mostly, I think, paramedic calls, etc.
I'm here through Councillor Austin. In both response districts, medical calls represent the largest proportion of incidents.
Which theoretically, paramedics is a regional thing anyway, so I don't know why we have to pay for it on a township level with a special fire contract. It's a huge part of the budget. But we've always accepted that because we understand that there has to be a response time to Ward 4 in certain parts, and that geographically, we understand all that. We've answered this for years, and we've accepted it for years, and we've never created or tried to put that extra taxation on Ward 4 to provide them within guideline service. We never questioned it to the point where we want to vote on a special area rate for Ward 4. We let it go because I believe, again, that all 4 wards were all together, we're one township, we should have one taxation. When sidewalks come out to Ward 4, Ward 3, when certain parks are built, whatever's done, that should be in the, that should be in, that should hit the North Dunbury thing. So it should be as a full taxation for North Dunbury, wherever things get done.
Councillor Robinson and Councillor.
So, yeah, I was wondering a couple of things. If somebody for $43 is anywhere else where this is provided, and I think there'd be a lot of.
Actually, no, I noticed today Cambridge is, I was driving and
Cambridge does some of their streets, no, but they don't do, like I live in Hespeler and the residential suburbs, so. Yeah. But yeah, it's amazing that this is available. So I was just wondering how many people in air really complain about this. I would just be grateful, honestly. My question.
Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, so the only other thing that I haven't raised yet, we discussed many times, is the value of the insurance that we save insurance money by having sidewalks. So when you say there's only value of $43, whatever it is per year, I mean, it is for the residents there, but actually they'll spend this entire township because we enjoy a lower tax rate. So lower insurance costs from our insurance provider. What I wanted to suggest was, could we look at a phasing period where maybe this year we leave it at 70-30, we next year we go 60-40, and we slowly work our way down to the point where it ends up being zero over a 5 or 6 year term. Would that be something that we can agree with the rest of the council?
So right off the hop, I totally agree with, if there's a share benefit for the insurance, we should maybe use that to help subsidize that. I don't have any problem with that. I don't know that that's something you can do or figure out exactly, but if it's not a substantial amount, then I guess that would be the other part. That makes sense to me.
We just had the regional sheriff cooling and the policies and numbers. The sidewalk suits to the other municipalities and foundations. And they kept saying, no, that we should have more suits, but the others are, it's massive. It's a massive amount of money they're paying for the suits. Like, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I was shocked at that when they brought that up. Councilor asking about Councilman.
Now, sorry, is there a motion on this that requires a vote? Alright.
Well, if you need to make a motion, like to the Councilwoman suggested, then you will do that. There is a motion just to, receive. Yeah, so here. Councilwoman.
I kind of like your idea there, Councilor Rowland, where we look at it over a number of years. Because I think one of the issues I had too is this is quite the price shock for residents. And as things change, and sidewalks get developed in Roseville and other places, and we want to extend the service, that'd be good. I also want to know if there's opportunities here, to perhaps instead of making it a premium service, just make it a gold service. And just look at the cost savings as well. Combined with that.
You know, McNally, when I sent you the email this week, when I asked regional staff, Roseville was going to be done this year, I was. Matt, didn't you say that this week?
No, Madam Mayor, design continues for 23, 24, and 25. The actual reconstruction.
Okay, I'll push it again, thank you. Councilor Kelly.
I actually forgot what was in bed. The thought of the Roseville sidewalks got my head a little glitched there. But it's in response to what you had said, Councilor Long, about the sidewalk and the duration, or lowering the promo premium. I think that premium, especially somebody who works outside a lot, that premium is what keeping the sidewalks at the state that they need, that they're what makes it safe. If you have any time lapse or the aid doing that, I'm sure is what keeps that at a great thing. And I actually think for that cost, even if it was a job $10, it wouldn't be worth it. If you keep it as a premium, it's probably the best thing. And I'm actually thinking that would, and I don't know if there is an assessment value to what it actually does save us, but you're saying insurance support is actually that what it saves us is actually in the not having the liability of all the suings and all the issues with the insurance claims.
I was shocked at the numbers of the.
For the Dirk got his input there. Council one, got his input. If I can make a suggestion, I think that the idea of doing something later, but at the same time, and this might fall in nicely also as well. for this particular year, that if we can get some additional information as to what that kind of thing, or even try to look at it at the point of view of how we can make this how we can see where the benefit comes from. I know the report that we received showed what it would cost. I know we've seen that. But at the long run, if it's saving us money in the township, I don't have a problem sharing that. I'll say that. But I know we need to make a motion. I just don't think I can at this point. I'm open to more conversation. I don't think we want to do it, especially looking at Councilor Ron's face. I can see we don't want to discuss anymore, but at the same time, it maybe can I make the suggestion that we continue looking at this? We don't say this is a dead issue, but we say it's something we can definitely work with in the future.
Councillor Norman.
Madam Mayor, so if I can have your agreement, that you agree with me that next year, perhaps next week, we'll look at phasing this in over a period of time, not this year, let's make sure we leave it as is. But if you would agree and basically honor that next year and say, we look at it, phasing it over a 4 or 5 year period to phase it out. And if you say we can look at the service level. But understandably, when you look at the service level of something like that, it's also a discussion for all service levels, for all things, including fire service level, snow plowing, rural roads service levels. So the snow level is a huge can of worms. So I mean, we can discuss service levels, but I have certain opinions on service levels as well that you may not want to hear. But anyways, so if we could agree to come back next year, and maybe staff in the interim to prepare some more information for us on the savings from insurance and on the various benefits of the SAR in general, or not the SAR, of the sidewalk snow plowing in general, that might be beneficial for discussions for the next budget.
Christine, I believe the insurance is coming in to talk to us. And May, go ahead, Christine.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that was going to be my point, was that we are having the insurance pool come to one of our future orientation sessions. And they have inquired as to what topics they should make sure they are covering, and I will flag that we would like to discuss the impacts of our sidewalk.
And another thing is if we don't stay with the highest level, then you do put yourself with more liability risk. And that's what we want to avoid. I was shocked at the picture. So we're going to do just what the motion states. We see the commission, correct? So can I have that motion, Councillor Norman, please?
Did you want the 6.2 motion first?
I don't know if you guys want to.
Move on myself, second by Councillor Williams, that the discussion paper number 3, 2023 operating budget air special area rate be received.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. All right. Back to the budget. Where are we at this? What did someone like, any other questions we have? With council, our CEO McNeely and then Christine Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We go back to pump track with asphalt surface. We did start to have a discussion. We never landed on anything in terms of an actual outcome. So it's just absolutely clearly understand what, if any, change the calculation related to the project. At present, the pump track with asphalt surface construction and design is shown as a deliverable in fiscal year 2025. There was a discussion about potentially moving it out. And the time frame of 27 to 29 was bantered about. If council wishes to move it out, you would need to know the year in which you wish it to be.
Councillor Norman and Councillor Timothy.
Madam Mayor, through to the CEO, I think I understand what Councillor Williams is hinting at. With Bill 23 and all the changes now to our settlement area, we can see the lands coming on stream that we hadn't anticipated. And as Councillor Williams mentioned, there could be a new park opening somewhere in the Valentine lands or somewhere in that area. Maybe that would be a more appropriate setting for a pump track instead of trying to shoehorn it into Schmidt Park. I agree with that. That was my concern from day one, is that Schmidt Park may not be big enough for this. So maybe almost the time we look at future park that hasn't even yet been determined as a potential location for a pump track.
Councillor Tilly.
Learning a little bit about this pump track and what it's potentially able to do. I actually didn't. But I did run into somebody at Roma that just It was, the mayor and actually another councilor just lost their mind about how much they love it.
Dave
And how-
Barton of Oxford.
See, it?
Dave Barton of Oxford.
Just how much it improved the community and how there's not just the kids out enjoying the punk track, that it's the older people that enjoy it and get a lot out of it. I obviously, it suits better and put it in place that's better used. Kind of excited for it, so if we get it sooner. I'm gonna use it, but at the same time, I haven't, I didn't see what Councilor Long saw, and I don't know much about the planning, so I will show in a second. But I do see it as something that obviously we should do.
Council Brown.
Yeah, so like, there are quite a few pump tracks of various types around this area, so there is, the need is being met. And there's ones in Cambridge and Kitchener and Brantford. Be nice to have our own, but it's not like something that is dire. And if we can maybe just put it off for a couple of years to see if there's better options and provide more fundraising opportunities or different fundraising opportunities so that it doesn't quite complicate other things. I think that would be.
Council Brown.
Madam Mayor, following up on one other thing that Councilor Rose said earlier was, would this be eligible for DCs if it were in the future park?
CO McNeil.
Madam Mayor, through Councilor Rowland, whether it's in a future park or it's put into an existing land holding, or it's a parcel that yet to be defined. The project itself, whether it's a new park or an existing park, it's how much of the community existing versus community future would benefit. So a portion of the park, pump track, could be development charges. Today, it's not part of our development charge bylaw. That's why it's not shown, because when we did the DC bylaw back in 2019, we weren't talking about a pump track. We did include the skateboard park, but we didn't include the pump track. That came to a presentation of council after our development chart was adopted. So certainly the leisure services master plan has touched upon a pump track. It talked about a certain type of track being in a neighborhood or community levels versus a competitive. And obviously that goes directly to cost and size. And when we do our next update to the development charges bylaw, we would be identifying a pump track. You might only get 33 cents on the dollar as an example. Okay. We did present to council, this former term council, in August, a work program for the first 3 years of the leisure services master plan. And we had identified, of course, the capital forecast talked about a 25 deliverable. So the pump track was actually captured in our work program 23, 24, 25. One of the first exercises we were going to be doing, with specifically to the pump track, was trying to find the right site for it. While the consultant identified potentially Schmidt Park, council has never identified real estate from where we go. And so staff identified there may be properties, some which we don't necessarily own today, but might in the future, or we might look at acquiring, partnering with others that might be suitable. We needed 23 to go do that exercise. And the premise was in parallel with a new memorandum of understanding, pump track committee, which is largely made up of volunteers, would be soliciting, trying to secure donations and fundraising so that in 25 the dollars would be available. Now, if council's wishes to slide it out a few years, we still need to go through the exercise of finding the right space. And
But it gives you time.
yes, but I'm just saying, we can't recite that. And with that would obviously be the engagement as to what would go into the park. Because there may be certain amenities that would need to support pump track or would be complementary to the pump track as a destination. So those discussions still have merit and would be warranted It just wouldn't be as front and burner as an issue as it would be if you've got a 25-year-old.
So, Council Williams, you suggested 22 to 29, which one would you be?
I think if we move it out to 2027. Yes, I think that's fine, like there should be a really good idea then if there's any other opportunities besides Street Park. And it shouldn't interfere with whatever plans we have for another area.
Thank you. Yes, so we over here.
So Madam Mayor, I don't know whether you want to do, if we're looking at each change, whether you want to do a separate resolution or at the end of the night, when we talk about the 10-year capital forecast, whether you want to roll whatever, I'll call it the sum of any changes, would be into one omnibus resolution. We're in the hands of council.
I think one, please. Okay, the other thing I wanted to get back to was something that you mentioned, Councilor Rowan, which was the Ice House Precinct Master Plan. And do we want to move that out to 2025?
Madam Mayor, that's an in process. You have a consultant of record that we're already under contract with.
So, okay. And any other questions? Christina?
Madam Mayor, if I may, just, if we go back to page 7 in the studies, I just wanted to highlight for council a couple of things, just as a general principle for studies. Just to make sure that people understand why certain items keep showing up every couple of years. Some of the studies on this page are legislative requirements that we undertake. For example, we do have to undertake the bridge and major culvert assessment every 2 years. We do the state of the infrastructure roads every 5 years, and those studies really help shape our plans for capital in the subsequent years. The facility program that we are undertaking in 2023, that is going to help not only with our facilities replacement program in the future, but also with meeting the requirements under the asset management plan and the next phase of that. So there are certain studies that reappear on a regular basis that really help shape the rest of the plan. And I just wanted council to be aware of that as well as we are, looking for savings of that nature.
CEO McNeely?
So Madam Mayor, there are 2 projects that were identified in Ms. Brox's presentation at the outset of the evening that are not in our capital forecast today. They would be, I'll call them eligible projects for consideration in the 10-year forecast. And they were master plan for the air precinct is underway. We just don't know what that final project will look like in terms of what components or elements will be built into that park. Hence why there's no delivery date and or price, because it's a work in progress. I don't want to lose sight of that. It's sort of floating out there in its own orbit. The other is the Nithville Bridge. And in the PowerPoint presentation, Ms. Brox took a very small extract out of the report that council received in December from Ms. Robinson, coming out of the structural assessment and in the integrity review of the existing bridge. And essentially, we know that if we're going to maintain the bridge,
Sorry.
If we're going to maintain the bridge, we have to put some money into it. It is going through a state of deterioration. And the question becomes, what kind of bridge? So there's 2 price points. One is basically leaving the bridge deck the width it is today. Obviously, new surface and new structural elements to secure it, but it would be a wider platform. Or if we're going to exclusively narrow it to pedestrian, obviously you're looking at a narrower platform to walk in, and or you physically remove it, and it's then taken out. We need to make a decision on what we're going to be doing with that bridge, one of the 3 scenarios. And I say that only because even having the bridge, and we're not going to do anything with it, we have to take it out. Because if we don't, there will be a day when there's erosion behind the abutments or just the structural integrity of the bridge becomes into question, think ice or major flood. We do not want that bridge to enter into rivers, because that creates a whole other range of issues. So, staff purposely put the report together before council back in December. There was a technical analysis and the outline of the different scenarios. We agreed in December, we would bring it to budget. We have flagged it in the summary tonight. We need direction from council as to a go-forward strategy. Now, if I could plant one seed for council as you ruminate on this issue. It is problematic and costly to get crossings over water bodies. We would still need to go through the environmental assessment process if we change this bridge. So let's work on the premise, we're gonna keep it, but we're gonna reshape it. And we're gonna scale it to a narrow bridge for pedestrian purposes only. It's not the lowest of the cost centers in terms of keeping the bridge. It could form part of an integral part of the off-road trail system, dealing with established neighborhoods. If I look at the north side of the Nith River, with the emerging greenfield development that's occurring on the south side. It could also form part of a linear loop system, depending upon how far someone wanted to walk. And you go right from Grant Waterloo Road or east of Swan Street or whatever. If we're going to keep the bridge, put dollars into the bridge and make it part of our trail system, when we do our next development charges background study and update, we can incorporate a portion of that rehabilitation cost under development charges. If it's not in our forecast, then it's difficult to have that discussion about its importance and how it fits into the overall vision of the open space network. No, I'm not trying to say that it will be $100 That's not the case. But a portion that analysis hasn't been undertaken. But a portion of that refurbishment cost could be captured under development charges. But we need direction from council. What is the option? And generally speaking, when in the capital forecast? And then we're gonna have to internally figure out how we would fund it. So that the project, and whatever your council looks at, it can be delivered accordingly.
Councillor Tully, this is the bridge I was telling you about. It is stunning, Councillor Lawrence. If you could see it, it would be unbelievable. And I also wonder if we could get some grant money for it, CO McMillan, because it is just amazing. Remember I drove the big out farmers on the other side of the road. So I used to take my children down, we could bike across it. And it's this beautiful, it's just stunning. Some of you have seen the movies. And, but the base is all crumbled. But it also, I believe that if the wastewater system is attached to it, correct?
No, the region has now,
Decommissioned?
yes,
Okay, so, we were thinking of trying to make it part of our trail system to nail the deck so that you can't drive a car, you can use the drive coast. And, just to get bikes and walking trails, it's lovely, absolutely lovely. I would recommend that you in nicer weather, you get to go down there and walk down there and have a look at it, it's tiny. Council Wills.
I have gone down to have a look at it, and I drove down Piper Street there, right? Yeah. And then I also went around to the back to see it. And it's an overgrown woods on one side. Is that woods owned? Who owns, like, where is this trail gonna go? Like, this is for me to.
Back up, I really would. You would go up, I think, but if you're going down now, right, so. Really, if you're going up,
You always suppose map for this.
now we don't have a map anymore.
Look at the map.
I used to take my kids, so we would bike up Piper Street, go down across the bridge, we'd go all the way up that road, up to the Drummer Road and come back into town. And that was when they were really tired.
Yeah. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. Okay.
Council Road,
I mean, just to clarify for you, Counselor, basically, growing up in air in this area, that was the main way that we went from basically over the Myth River from Piper Street to the south part of, of this township. What's gonna happen eventually as the township grows, as the village area grows towards the west, it's gonna grow right up to Myth Road. And then there'll be subdivisions right there that grow on the south side of that river. And right now, the problem we have in this village is you can't connect all the pieces, so like you can't go from, let's say, Myth River Way, Piper Street, because there's a train track in the way, so you have to build a bridge with the train track. You can't go from Piper Street to the new south end of Air because there's a river in the way. So the problem we're gonna have is if we allow this bridge to be demolished, then it'll take a long time and a lot of hassle to get permission to build a bridge across that river. It took years for the MTO to get permission to widen the Grand River Bridge 401. So it's a long time for the bridges. So we have a bridge access, we already have it in place. Try and preserve it, even if we reduce it down to just a single wooden walkway for people. At least we still have a crossing in place. We're not going to lose it, because eventually if we lose it, we can't get it back.
CO McMillan.
Madam Mayor, if it would be of assistance, I've got a digital copy of the Trail Master Network, both existing and proposed for the community of Air, if that would assist. I'll share my screen.
This should be good.
We'll have the-
Video cast.
It should come up on both your screen as well as obviously the large screen in front of you. So, if I could, if you could sort of follow my, my cursor. So, excuse me, where my cursor is going past Piper Street, so I'm north of the net. You can see we've shown a gold line crossing at that point. So you come off the sidewalk system at Piper Street. You would cross Piper Street, go down the slope to the bridge. We're gonna use the word the refurbished bridge. And then you would pick up the farm, what is now essentially a one-lane farm lane, coming back up on the south side. And then you would come out to Nith Road, where it terminates just at the air, water, wastewater pollution control plant. So initially, you would be on the road or the unopened road. And then as urban development occurs on the west side, the east side of Nith Road. So Nith Road runs from the water pollution control plant all the way down to the Brant Waterloo Road. So this is the Nith Road. As this southwest quadrant of Air becomes urbanized, remember, it's inside the countryside line. So eligible for discussion as part of future greenfield development. Obviously, need and demand will inform the timing and the potential conversion of those lands, but also servicing capacity, both for water and sanitary sewer services. But as those lands become available and greenfield development occurs, we're proposing to bring the trail along the edge of the, what would today be a farm field. So we're at the top of the bank of the Nith. There would be some small parkettes, which would be areas where entry and or rest could occur along the trail. And then we would continue through to Swan Street, and then we have linear connections down into the center of the emerging urban fabric. When you get to Swan Street, obviously at this location, you've got the on-road bike lane system, you've got the sidewalks, or you can cross over and start into the southeast corner of Air and the trail systems or the sidewalk systems as they exist. So the intent is to have the opportunity for a loop trail system. Our encumbrances are the dominance of Cedar Creek, which is located in this area, as well as the NIF in terms of how they affect the ability to link quadrants or portions of the existing or the emerging urban areas of air. This plan shows future parks, existing parks, and trail connections, and then it segregates between what would be built by a developer as part of the urbanization of their lands versus a township build. And so that we understand from a financing perspective how these links over time would be funded. But also we're meeting with prospective purchasers of land, what our expectations are of them as they move forward in terms of future planning approvals and capital spends that fall into their obligations. This portion outside of the development lands, so generally speaking, where the trail would intersect Nith Road, generally in proximity to water pollution control plant, and then going northerly, including the bridge crossing up to Piper, would be a township cost because there's no development there, so you can't have the developer build something that's not in the boundaries of their property. And this is where a portion of that trail system could be funded or be eligible for consideration for funding under development charges, because it does help with growth in terms of an amenity, but there's also the existing community benefit cost that has to be factored in. Obviously, the existing residences would also benefit from this trail connection outside of the subdivision property.
Councillor Tillman.
Just to reiterate, Councilor Wong's question, is this township property right now? I see the air wastewater treatment plant, but I'm just wondering what part is already owned by the township.
So the existing bridge did form part of a road at one point in time. There was a crossing at that existing bridge, and then you went up that very steep slope on the north side and came out at a very awkward angle
Yes.
onto Piper Street.
So that.
So that used to be a public road.
Yeah.
Where the bridge resides and the approaches on either side to the bridge is within the ownership limits of the corporation. We are the owner of the bridge. And we have the liability with the bridge and its effect.
Yeah, Councillor Tillman.
Sorry, and so, again, there's the connection down I see is most likely the township's property with the wastewater treatment plant. But other than that, the lands around the road are exclusively owned by others.
So, Madam Mayor, there's a series of ownerships around, I'll call it the road allowance. There are pockets that are owned by the Conservation Authority. There are privately held lands as well. But where we're looking at putting the trail immediately east and north and south of the existing bridge are lands controlled by the corporation.
Councillor Roman.
Madam Mayor, the question I have, is through to the CA or maybe to Lee. I'm wondering about a stopgap bridge, some sort of interim measure. I know it's very popular right now to have these suspension bridges. I know like in Capilano, they have in BC or Blue Mountain just put one in. Is that something that we can do instead? So there's a pedestrian suspension style bridge that wouldn't require much engineering.
Through the mayor to Councilor Golden, I would hesitant to say any type of a bridge requires a lot of engineering. I think you're referring to a different type of engineering. We would struggle a little bit with a suspension bridge in this area, given the slope and the need to tie back a suspension bridge. When they were looking at some of the potential things, one of the things they're looking at is actually like a prefabricated bridge deck. So it's almost like a fiberglass that comes in almost as a piece and get almost like we're building it up Lego. We would do repair work, the abutments, and then place a bridge deck on top. I'm not sure that a suspension bridge would be appropriate given the type of slope that we had in this area.
Councillor Williams.
So some of my hesitation around this is also related to the walk bridge that was constructed in Cambridge a while back. it was really, really expensive and a lot of residents were rather up in arms about it because of the expenses. It turned out nice, I'm just saying that it was a very costly endeavor, even though, you know, how is this, and the cost certainly spiraled greatly beyond what was originally budgeted because of, you know, they found out all kinds of things as they were trying to work with the old stuff that. So, my concern is really, okay, so we think we have, it just, I don't know, it feels like there's a huge risk here.
Before that, Christina, can you tell us again what the cost was to take it down and what the cost to, make it, walking range road?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. So to remove the bridge entirely, the estimated cost was $750,000. I will say that I didn't have a cost with the do nothing because it's just unknown, but there will be costs if we just let it fall apart. And then for the 3 remediations, a full replacement was estimated on the high end at $3.3 million. The retrofit with a smaller deck surface was 1.9 million. And the retrofit with the existing side was just over 2 million.
And I want to caution members of council, that's $22.
Councillor Toohey.
Small community, lots of passion for reminiscent and lots of things that have some memorial thoughts on it. Sounds pretty expensive though, and I'm not saying not to do it, but that's comparable to buildings and other larger items that we could do. I know it needs to be dealt with, so we got to deal with it. I just want to not, I guess I'll say, want to warn that we do look at potentially something that could blow up to some high pricing if we do potentially look at one way or another. I just don't know, honestly, where my thoughts are on this exactly at this point. It's one of I've looked at it, we've had some discussion already, and I'm open to discussion. It just seems like a huge price tag. That's all I'm looking.
Councillor Roman.
Madam Mayor. Council Williams raised the bridge in seniors, the old Holy Bridge, or some people call it Craig's Folly, I think. But that bridge was removed after the railway stopped in downtown Mills. And then basically the residents fought for decades to get that bridge put back in place. Now that's back in place, it's tremendous tourist draw. So I'd be really careful of removing this bridge. And, 20 or 30 years from now, people fighting to get that bridge put back in place. It'll be a lot more difficult to do it. Also, if that bridge were to be demolished for, $750,000, $800,000 or another, $1 million, we could keep it, turn it into a trail crossing. That's going to actually increase tourism. A lot of people do come to Ayr to enjoy the countryside, to enjoy that area is right now inaccessible. It's a gorgeous area down there, as the mayor alluded to. I spend a lot of time down with my children as well. It's a great area, and have a trail through there as part of our growing community be a real benefit to the community. I think it's a tremendous thing. So really careful about saying let it fall down.
Councillor Tilly and then me. Do you want to let you go?
Yeah, I do actually, because she has some really good insights. I want to show.
Greg.
For the new members of council, we actually council invested a significant amount of money and undertook a very detailed structural evaluation of this. So the cost estimates and things we're looking at, we actually have a pretty good idea of the costs associated with it. Council chose to invest, it was about $100,000 in actually determining the current condition of it and that sort of stuff. So we have a much better idea of the costs, simply because we did choose to do that so the council could actually make a very informed decision. We were well aware that the cost to actually remove the structure, if council chose to do nothing, we knew that it was going to be extremely expensive to just remove it. You're working in a body of water. We can't just take the bridge deck off and let everything else crumble. We actually have to fully remove the structure. And as the CAO and the treasurer have indicated, do nothing is not an option. Mother Nature will take care of it at a much higher cost if we do not address the situation. But I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention that we did invest a significant amount of money in doing a very detailed structural investigation on the structure so that we could make an informed decision as part of this budget year going forward.
Councillor Tim.
So I have a really expensive liability right here, something we gotta deal with. And honestly, come new to council in the way of understanding things, because I haven't done a lot of functions with there previously. It's fair ways, and that's gonna change shortly. But what I did see was the ice house. A lot of dollars is being spent in there. It's something that when you look at it, the appearance of hopefully not big stalking me and getting mad and making a comment. Don't see the value there myself, honestly, in that. But that's again because it's not my history, it's not my company. I understand. So I do understand historic things, and I have a full respect for it. I do see some potential in this, though. I do see something like Councilor Roman said, is that there is an investment potential that could give something back to the community. It could do something to invest something back. Now, my question is to the staff is when we decide what we're gonna do, and we decide that it's something that would be repaired, let's go with that option. It's gonna be repaired and brought to a certain level or whatever it may be. There's gonna be a timeline between the start and the finish. There always is in every project. So what I would like to propose, and I, because of the dollar budget, or the dollar figure most likely, is could we make it safe, make the area safe, and then put it at a point where it doesn't need to be dealt with financially right off, because this is an expensive thing to absorb now, and it's something I don't think we should be adding to additional to the 100,000 already spent, that we can put it off safely, and I understand safely is only to one person's regard, and that somebody else will work hard to hurt themselves in situations, especially when there's a point of interest, especially when you put something up to keep people out. So that's where I'll actually work, no matter what we decide tonight, and where it goes is to do our best to postpone the cost factor as much as possible. That's really what, because no matter what, it's gonna cost us something. It's either gonna cost us $500,000, it's gonna cost $1.5 million. No matter what we do, we're gonna have to spend money on this.
Lee, do you have a response for that? Is there something we can do in an interim we could say?
Through the mayor to Councillor Tilly, there is a variety of different aspects that is going on with structurally. I think you're going to struggle for a minimal investment with maximum return on a temporary basis. My rough estimate, I think you're probably 300,000 just to undertake some minimal efforts to maintain it for a longer duration to defer the other costs. But I can certainly put together a more detailed cost estimate with respect to that if you would like, or a staged plan to do that. Until we staff had not received any direction for keep it, remove it, or any of that. So we haven't actually staged out how what we could certainly do with respect to it.
So just in clarification, I'm not talking about starting a process or anything like that. Making it safe to me would be to keep people from going on it if it's not safe. So that's what I'm thinking at.
So the wooden bridge deck is rotting through currently. And we struggled for a considerable period of time to keep people off of it. We finally came up with a solution. So as it stands right now, we are no longer seeing people still continuing to use the bridge. We have taken it out of service.
CEO McNeely and then Councillor Bowman.
Yes, so if I could, Madam Mayor, just want to elaborate, Mr. Robinson. When we started this exercise of assessing the integrity of the bridge, we were horrified just how much it had deteriorated at the time of coordinating to do the structural assessment. It is now fenced off, signed, and as part of a weekly patrol to make sure the integrity of the fencing and the signage remains in place. It is a no-go area. and it's signed and fenced accordingly, you can't walk across that bridge safely. There are gaps, there's rotten wood, and on certain days, it's got a bit of a wobble to it. So it is not safe at any point in time for pedestrians to be anywhere near that bridge.
Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move forward with the idea of saving this bridge, and turning it into a single or double pedestrian crossing only. I think it'd be beneficial to council if we could provide us with a staging or a multi-year sort of program, how we can accomplish this. I don't want to spend $200,000 shoring it up and find out we wasted $200,000. I'd rather say let's have an ultimate end goal. Let's break it down over, 4 or 5 years or whatever it's going to take, or set up a reserve or whatever we have to do. Let's move forward in some sort of direction. The direction I would like to see is preserving it and turning it into pedestrian crossing.
Can I ask what, where we're gonna get the funds for this? Because it's not in our capital forecast.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I haven't truthed out the grant program, but I am aware in Waterloo region, there've been a couple of municipalities that have been successful in getting funds through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, where they have received grant dollars from the federal government under the greening strategy for active transportation, healthy living, all those elements. And they've been able to secure funding through those programs. This might fall under that eligibility criterion. I don't know how many more years are left in that program specific to active transportation, but that might be a portion of the window of funding. I don't imply that it'll be 100 cents on the dollar, but it may be a matter of the opportunity to access some dollars to assist in defraying the cost. But it wouldn't be eligible for things like called the Stapcock to just hold the bridge in its present form. It would actually have to migrate to a finished, usable end product.
Councilwoman.
And that assumes we're fixing it. What about where the funds coming in if we demolish it?
It's a good point too. Where are the funds coming from for demolition?
Madam Mayor, we would have to figure that out, but there is very few grant programs out there that you end up with nothing at the end of it. So we would have to look at our infrastructure reserves or other reserves to see how we can fund it, or we might have to build up a new reserve and take it out down the line.
Councilor Tilly.
In regards to this, obviously, it's obviously gonna cost something, again, we'll go back to that. What we can do is plan something. Now, the other thing that, again, I kind of hinted on, but where I was going with that as well is, this is something that's been a heritage item in air for people who've lived here for a lot of years. Fundraising could be something we do.
Suggest that.
So I think I'm leaning towards saving it because I think there's potential finances towards in that aspect. I think there's all likely to come from supplements from the government or other methods to get that financing. But then also looking toward community, looking towards who businesses or community members to see the value, and then could definitely whittle that down from being something where we're just gonna have to beat up the taxpayers and say, give us all the money for that. So sorry.
So if I heard correctly, number one is the suggestion to secure it, which we have done, maintain watching it, create a possible 5-year plan, go for grants, and also do fundraising.
So Madam Mayor, just to build on your thoughts, part of our omnibus resolution at the end of the evening, dealing with the forecast. I don't think it would be appropriate to plug in a number yet and or a year. So based on the discussions, the tone of the discussions, you're basically asking staff in a few months' time to come back with a report. And that report's in the form of a strategy. All right. If we're going to look to the feasibility of maintaining the crossing, albeit in an altered form, exclusive to pedestrian trail crossing, we would obviously be working on that number then. We would give you an idea of what steps we would need to do a design, I'm not gonna call it approvals process, because we're dealing with water. And potentially work in water, which on itself has certain benchmarks in terms of securing approvals and permits. So we would troop out that timeline. And then obviously moving to detailed engineering design. We would give you that cost to do that component. And that would also inform how quickly, and we're talking years down the road, you know, at least 3 years down the road minimum, before you're actually looking at construction. We would identify for you a strategy and likelihood as it relates to access to dollars, whether it be senior levels of government, potentially development charges, albeit that would be an amendment to the background report. And what success we might have if we looked at donations, naming rights, whatever the means might be to top up the dollar. So we would come to you in a few months' time with that workup, that strategy, and then council can look at it at that point in time and tell us what we would like to do. And if we have an action plan that's coming out of council, it will be shown in the August update to the 10-year forecast. Is that a fair work program that council would like to see in a resolution tonight?
Council Williams.
I still have some outstanding questions before. One is, are we gonna have a bridge to nowhere for a while? Like, is this because this is just gonna dump people into the forest? The end of North Road.
There's a road on the other side.
Right now, there's like a big forest, and I went to the end and there's like a no trespassing sign and there's like a dense forest, so like there's nothing there that people could just walk through. Like you'd have to clear that up.
So, Madam Mayor, yes, we would create, reestablish the path in the road allowance, which we own. Okay, so it's been allowed to grow, and you're witnessing basically a return of the land because it hasn't been a traveled road, and it's then been a formal trail for a number of years. In the overall scheme of things, that's a relatively small cost because the granular of the old road is still there. It's just hidden by some overgrowth. If the project happens in advance of the greenfield development on the southwest quadrant of Air, then effectively what you'd be doing is you would just be walking down Nip Road as a public highway. It's a low traveled road. There's the wastewater pollution control plant and 3 houses, if memory serves me correctly. So it's a low traveled road, and that would be part of your trail system down to the Brightwater Road. And then you would tie into the establishing and emerging urban development that's occurring along the Swan Corridor. In time, if we look at over the next decade, you will start to witness development in Southwest Air. And part of that was wrapped up in the FROPA 6. And if the minister approves it, you will start to see 3-4 years out from now, planning approvals being secured by those landowners and future landowners as relates to the Southwest quadrant. And then the market will decide how quickly that's taken up in the marketplace. We look at over the next decade or 15 years.
Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
I also have another question, and it's around maintenance. So if we do plan to keep this bridge, we should also have some idea of what the maintenance cost would be for that, and make sure it's part of our 10-year capital forecast or whatever it is. And would this then be owned? The second question is this fall under like the parks services, like this bridge, or would it fall under
Is
like,
it true?
yeah. But the maintenance?
So Madam Mayor, Council Williams is correct. There's going to be 2 different types of maintenance. There's going to be the maintenance just to make sure it's all down until we actually do something. And then there's the longer term maintenance if we do go forward with a rehabilitated structure. And council's going to have to decide at that point in time whether it's a seasonal access or whether it's year-round maintenance. Okay. we're obviously not at that point, but I mean, if you make it year round, then it becomes like the sidewalk network where then we plow and whatever. Generally speaking, where we've had trails in naturalized areas, we do not create four seasons. And we actually sign it that there's a winter hazard with respect to the surface and the condition for walking. It doesn't prohibit people. It just says, you know, these are not maintained and there's a risk.
Council Toomey.
So another thought has popped in my head, and I'm looking, so I got it on my Google Maps right now. And in reminding of me, it reminds me of a bit of like and it's not really exactly, but there was a potential trail that was gonna go in Brampton, and it was gonna go the rail trail there, or what we call the rail trail there. There was a lot of ownership. Now I know who owns the property here, but do you think they're getting likeliness? And that's another thing. Is there a chance that like trying to put this in and build this up the way they want to, the owners of the property on either side of the road would have any issue that there'd be all this? I just an idea, because that's kind of what just popped in my head.
If I may, see, the owners like this side of the road to use the bridge all the time. The children would go across it with the school bus, they actually would drive across it to get to that side of town. They were quite upset when we closed it off. And they were the ones that you were probably chasing off of it. So, yeah, they want this. Councilor Roman.
Madam Mayor, one part of this, one piece of this whole discussion that we need to talk about a little bit is the heritage aspect. I know it's not that important, I guess, it's not for heritage, but this is one of the last iron bridges left in this area. There's used to be lots of them. Piper Street used to have, main bridge used to be iron bridge as well. There's one down Piper Street now, which is the middle of Farmers Field, because the place there where the land got rerouted. So I would hope, or be hopeful, that in our redesigning of this bridge, we could save the sides or save the top or save part of it. So at least go across the old bridge to get a sense of what the old bridge was. I would hate to see it all removed and just have a wooden thing crossing. Nice if we could actually try and save it. That may not be possible, I don't know. But with regards to the ice house as well, the same thing. It's all part of that same time period. You know, the early settlement of air, the ice house serves an important piece of our history is in the ice house, right? And this bridge to me is the same sort of thing. So I'm all about dollars and cents. I'm all about, you know, keeping taxes down and all that, but at the same time, we have to respect our past as well. And I think this is a key part of this.
Councilor Toomey.
I hate to be the enemy of that, so I played hockey in the air a lot of years in my youth, like 16, 17, then I started partying down here. So I spent a lot of time in air growing up. So I don't debate whether or not there's value there. I would like to promote the idea that we definitely, if we do process with this, we do a good job of trying to keep it economical. And that would be the thing is the fact that if it is something that is going to happen, we don't want to make something that doesn't, that's going to get people a little bit like similar to what happened with what happened in Cape. But I also don't want to see, and honestly, I don't want to see money just throwing away. So that's where I see value, and I see the part where we can probably do better with the finances when somebody's going to be, no, it's not somebody, but when the federal provincial government will give us some subsidy, we work on that. So I see that as just, and we did discuss this ahead of time and a very faintest level of understanding. Since she had already been there, I wanted to understand a little bit, so she explained it to me. So again, I pulled up the Google map, saw it, and said, well, that's kind of a unique location, and it definitely does not allow for any vehicle, very safe vehicle traffic down there. So it does lead to a good pedestrian bridge. I guess the point of what I'm trying to say is, I see the value, I do see, and then the fact that it's going to be developed at some point. I guess I'm a little bit out of understanding when it comes to what's going to be, where the development lands are. Maybe I just haven't seen that enough, or haven't put it in my brain at this point. But is it these fields that I see on my screen? Are those already proposed to be development plans, or?
So, Madam Mayor, on the south side of the Nith River, and those lands to the east of Nith Road, all the way down to the Brant Waterloo Road at the south. That's the countryside line. So anything east of Nith Road is eligible for discussion based on today's planning rules, okay, for the consideration of future urban development. Under regional official plan amendment number 6, adopted by regional council. In the southwest quadrant, the lands along the Swan Street corridor, so roughly 1/2 of southwest quadrant, were considered for urbanization and going to an urban settlement classification. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see what the minister at the end of the day finally approves. We believe that between intensification, the inclusion of those lands along the Swan Street corridor in southwest here, plus those developments that already have status approval but not yet built, will effectively utilize the existing license capacity of the air wastewater treatment plant. Council in June of 2022 asked the region to undertake an optimization study with the intent of trying to see what processes could be improved at the plant to increase the amount of flow that could go through the plant without obviously causing a degradation to the Nith River itself, where the treated effluent is discharged. I don't know what that cost is going to be, its time frame, and actually how many other additional units could potentially be served through that plant with that return on investment. But that last piece along the Nith Road is contingent on further capital improvements to both water supply as well as the ability of the air wastewater treatment plant to account for those additional flows.
So council, if I may, if I understand this correctly, we are going to suggest that staff.
We've only ever stayed backing onto their housing.
Those 2 shots.
That staff make secure the debt and come back with a plan. And we in agreement with that. And when they come back with the plan, we can still turn it down or whatever. We're just making sure we cover our liability.
And we've been doing that going back over in excess of a year. And that would need to continue based on our continued program until some decision is made on the bridge, because it is a risk today.
Okay, so thank you. There's no problem with that. Anyone see any problem with that? No? Okay, that's good, Glenn. There was another project, was it the,
So Madam Mayor, the other is the air park master plan, like not the plan itself, but actually whatever conclusions come out of that. We have not put anything in the 10-year forecast yet for the actual spend to cover that project. But all I'm saying is it's unaccounted for right now in our forecast. We want to make sure the council's aware of that. But when the report comes to council for the presentation of the master plan, obviously with that will be, I'll call it the big picture vision, the phasing strategy, because it doesn't all have to be done necessarily at one time. What the order of magnitude of the cost is, or by phase, what those costs will. Council at that point in time can make a formed decision as to, I'll call it a go forward strategy for the park and whatever goes into it. Staff just want to make sure that council's aware that it is not in the forecast as we speak right now.
okay, thank you. Now, is there anything else someone wants to pull out from the budget? Okay, we'll discuss. Councilor,
We're going to discuss the wildlife.
yes, that's what.
Yeah. So I guess what Madam Mayor was asking, is there any questions related to the 10-year capital forecast? Are there any projects that council wishes, well, are there questions related to the draft as presented by staff? The second question is, are there any further projects that council wishes to add, delete, modify, or potentially push out And is there any specific projects that council wishes to add to the forecast that presently is not accounted for in the budget, sorry, in the forecast period?
I'll counsel to go ahead.
Sorry, this is, an answer your question with a question. Is this also, I understand in August, being my first term, I don't fully understand exactly the whole procedure, how it goes with budget. I see what happened this time of year. But then there's a revisit to this in August, and so if something isn't brought up, we can bring it back up.
Let me just revisit that whole thing again. I was looking at page 12, the indoor pool needs assessment. Have they set out a template for that?
Madam Mayor, we are actually proposing that project actually be in 2032.
Actually, that was going to be my suggestion. So, thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, just to give all members of council some context, this was an item that was extensively identified by members of the community when we were going through the preparation of the Leisure Services Master Plan. Next to trails, it was one of the highest items flagged in the survey, or items flagged during the interview process when we had the various focus groups. The consultant recommended that this time, based on our population, or the population that was identified in the forecast period, that would be difficult to support programmable hours, but also for capital operating to maintain the pool. We're working on the premise indoor pool. It's like Four Seasons facility. So because it was outside the forecast period, the consultant did identify that as we get toward the back end of the decade, might be appropriate at that point in time to revisit the assumptions and determine what the landscape looked like at that point in time. And hence why there is a dollar to spend to have that refreshed one back end in the forecast period. The Leisure Services Master Plan did, however, make a recommendation that there are pools being built adjacent to North Dumfries. So for example, in Cambridge, they are revisiting in their southeast quadrant. They've got a school campus facility where there's 2 elementary schools and a large city park. And they propose a build for a new aquatic complex on that parcel, right next to, or proximity to, future Town Line Road extension and Queens Chamber Boulevard. The city owns the land. 2 schools have identified a future build for those respective schools, and Cambridge right now has received a series of architectural costing and renderings as to what that facility could look like. And it's a big ask that city council has in front of them. They have not made a decision yet to move forward, but they started to assess those implications. Our friends in the city of Kitchener are about to commission construction of a new aquatic facility on Fisher Hallman in proximity to Huron Street at the Schlegel Park facility. Where I'm going is there are new facilities being built at the edges of North Dumfries within an easy 10-minute drive of our major areas. And the report made a recommendation that it would be appropriate for the township to approach those adjacent municipalities to see what partnerships would be established where our residents would be able to get access to those facilities and obviously take advantage of programming opportunities or just leisure swimming as the case may be. Well, that may not be the ultimate long-term objective, but look at 15 or 20 years, it would certainly be a bridge until the aquatic facility, if deemed necessary or appropriate, is constructed in North Dumfries.
Thank you. So we had another question. Go ahead, Councilwoman, what need?
Page 12, same page. I have two items on here, that we talked about before. One is the, training of the NDCC. So while I'm in favor of the design work and getting the design ready, I don't know if the list is put into 2025 because we're waiting on government grants. So I think in light of what's happening in Lomond Township and other areas right now with regards to arena construction, I think it's more prudent to have the design ready, have everything ready to go, and then just shelve that and wait until the day comes when the grants are opened up by the government. Then we're shovel ready. But I don't know if we should really pin ourselves down to 2025 when that may not be realistic. In light of government grants. If the government decides in 2025 to offer a whole bunch of money, then sure. But if they're going to hold off until 2028 or 2029, who knows? Then I think we should have the plans ready, but we should just patiently wait until the grants are available.
Would it be fair to leave this the way it is in August? Because we're still gonna go ahead with the design, right, which is the first one. Right? And then that's exactly what you say, but who knows? Theo McNeely, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, the design work is well underway. Council approved just on to the money in 2022. Staff have been working with the consultant on the Twin Pad project. We are just tightening up the drawings a little more. We still have some public consultative engagement to do. That has not occurred as of yet. But it was our intent to bring the mock-up of the initial concept before we went out with public engagement to council. Our hope is right end of Q1, if not early Q2. But when we presented to council the timeline for this project last year, we informed council that we have been on borrowed time at the ACC in terms of the integrity of the plant for several years. We had the TSSA come out and undertake, our license was up for renewal, and we did in 22 get an extension to 2025. But basically, we were put on notice that the pressure vessel, it's well beyond its design life, and the likelihood of getting a new license without replacing the pressure vessel will be difficult to achieve. And it's a big dollar. So the question you will have is, at some point, I'm going to be calling members of council up saying, the system has failed. You know, the brine system, if it's a corrosive material, or the pump, or whatever, it has failed. The plant is non-operational. If we're in mid-year, then there won't be ice, because it will melt in a blink of an eye. And those are not quick fixes. Council will have to decide whether to invest in an older facility. And like I said, 2025 is appearing to be a nexus point, assuming we can limit to 25.
Councilwoman.
The construction window for a new build is 18 months. So it's not as if something happens, then we can immediately go to plan B. There will be a gap, whether you have the fund or not. It's just the reality of the order of magnitude of construction, the nature of the construction, and the complications of trying to keep an existing building open while dovetailing a new building into it. And that itself draws out the construction timeline because of sequencing of tasks and trying to minimize hardship on existing users and programs. We were going to be in a very tight timeline to achieve something for this fall operating season of 2025. In the Gantt chart that we summarized for council when we went to design, we indicated that under ideal conditions, we would be going to the marketplace for competitive bids this summer with the intent of awarding a bid if all the pieces came together in the fall or late summer of 2020.
Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, the only discussion really with that is that we base all that on getting government grants. So if the ACC does fail and the government grants don't materialize, how are we gonna raise $13 million to build a new twin pad array? Are the residents of Ward 3 or 4 gonna in favor of that? The reality is, if the ACC fails and we don't have government grants, then we can't build the twin pad in the ACC. I hate to say it, that's the reality. Then we're going on an ice diet. We'll have to have, sorry guys. And when my kids played hockey in the old barn, they shared the ice cream on the team for practice. That's the way it was. And that's what we have to do in the short term. And you remember those days when we played hockey? If that's what it has to be, that's what it has to be. I'm not gonna have the fear of the ACC not being available force me into spending $13 million on a twin pad array.
Councillor Tilly.
300%. I agree 100%. I actually would like to bring up another topic for discussion that goes along this line, because one of the things that, and I'm sorry, I wasn't tracking 100%, just trying to do multitask here. When asked about the whether or not putting the ACC on, one of the conversations mentions the money that's already been put away and the design was already in process. One of the things, let's say I'm starting to change topics here, but it's just my way my brain works. One of the things that I would also like to propose is that the design for the township office be postponed as well, because I don't know that the building that they're building is the best solution either, compared to maybe buying in another property. So just throwing that out there, we can go back to the ACC conversation, the twin pad, but at this point, I think what's already in process is going to be assuming whether or not the financing catches it up or it happens is, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see that one. But that's my opinion on it.
CEO McNally and then Councillor Brown.
So, Madam Mayor, as it relates to the twinning of the NDCC, Councillor Bowman is correct. Approximately 50% of the roughly 13.6 million is identified in the current funding model as some form of government grant or grants. But it's going to put them in the aggregate. This is a conservative element at 50%. Most historic grant programs for recreation facilities have been somewhere around 67 cents on the dollar or 75. We purposely took 50%, but today there is no specific defined grant program out there. You may qualify some funding stream under current programs if there's a green energy built into the building. The roughly 35% of the project costs is debt financed. And Ms. Brock's earlier in her presentation talked about the debt financing and what that would look like. The balance of the funds, so roughly speaking, 15% of the overall spend is a combination between community fundraising and monies directly injected by corporation. But the reality is 50% of the approximate 13.6 million is a government grant yet undefined.
CEO McNally in Wellesley, I was, that's basically stopped this. And how much did they end up getting?
I apologize, Madam Mayor, I can't remember the exact number. I believe it was around $16 million out of the $27 million spent.
And there's a good chance that I believe a grant will be available at that time. I'm hopeful, but I'm more concerned with the funds. But we have to have an overview. I totally agree with you. I think we should move the township office out. I think we got to look at other ways of doing that. So, township office was created for construction for 2024. And then anybody will be able to. And see anything.
So, Madam Mayor, we've been working on a business strategy. This accounts have seen early ideas in a camera section. I can't speak to them publicly here today. I would ask that you wait until that report comes to you the next month. You will see alternatives. What you're seeing is the worst case scenario if we were to have to build a brick support.
Councillor Tilly.
Absolutely, just want to confirm by us approving the budget, it doesn't set any wheels in motion until we've actually had that.
So I need to clarify, the forecast is not, you're not approving.
Right.
You're adopting the principles and framework because it helps us internally identify sequencing of tasks and looking at a funding strategy for the various projects. The 2023 spend is actually a carry forward from $22. The 22 budget, those monies are already, for lack of a term, been protected because we're in process. And we've started to incur certain expenses as we've had consultations with legal counsel and some design individuals to help truth out certain costs associated with the project. But it does not commit council to any end product as it relates to whatever the ultimate strategy that council puts forward.
If I may, going back to the 20. When we did this place, we got the design, got the information, went for the grant, and we did not move forward until we had the grant. So and I think that would be the same with this. So I'm suggesting that we not move it out. We wait and see if there's a grant. If there isn't a grant, we move it out because we have no option. So again, will we address this in August? If that's okay with everybody? Same with, we'll wait for the reports to come back in regards to the office. Councilor Bowman.
Mayor, I guess the only fine limit is ACC. We'll have that. Even if we wait for a grant, the ACC is not functioning. That's what.
Councilor Wells.
I would just say we should move ahead with our other plans to our regular communities and, you know, it probably going to suck a little bit for Mike, be hard for people to find ice time. And meanwhile, but yeah, if the funds are not there, we should not be going.
So, we'll play this out through August. It's all a waiting game right now. I don't want to do anything fast. Some of the stuff we moved is because we know we're not going to do. So this one's still up in the air and it's still fluid as the documents. Are there any other questions in regards to this document? Then can I have the motion, please?
So, Madam Mayor, we'll move now to the draft resolution that's in front of council's rates, the 10-year capital forecast, because there's two key items that I've tracked. One is council was going to consider moving the pump track construction design phase from 2025 to 2027. And as it relates to the Nithville Bridge, we're not putting anything into the capital forecast now. But council has directed staff to come back with a report and a strategy on the Nithville Bridge in the manner of what would it be to preserve the bridge, the potential to migrate to a pedestrian scale bridge, both in terms of phasing strategy, costs, as well as the annual maintenance costs.
Oh, the indoor pool was going to be moved out to 2032. The indoor pool needs assessment. Councilor
CEO McNeely, I just wanted to clarify that I don't think there was going to be any, that the concept of the bridge wasn't to repair as an existing budget. Sorry, maybe that was exactly, your wording was excellent. I just took me a second to process it. I'll leave it as is.
Madam Mayor, if I may, the swimming pool assessment is already in the 2032 period.
Why does it say $60,000 to $80,000 in
The 2022 cost, however, the project is not scheduled for 2032, and I believe that is at 72,000.
Thank you. Did we move out the ISO community plan?
So, Madam Mayor, that project has actually been let. We've got a consultant of record, GSP Group, has been retained. And that work is well underway. It's just the actual physical construction of the park. What phases and what those costs will be is not included in the forecast. And that would be contained in the report when we present the master plan. And that might then inform the August iterative discussions of the 10-year forecast.
Perfect. So, Ms. Sage, would you like the changes? Thank you. Go ahead, Council Rose.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Rowland, that FIN report number 02-2023 be received, and that council adopt in principle the projects in the 10-year capital forecast 2023 to 2030 to inform the township of growth operations, future financial capital budgets, and ongoing planning and financial analysis for the following amendment. Move the contract with Asphalt Surface Construction and Design in the amount of $569,856 from 2025 to 2027, and that council direct staff to prepare a report outlining strategies related to the feasibility of preserving the Netville Bridge rehabilitation for off-road trail development to include steps for design timelines, phasing strategies, cost, maintenance, and funding methods.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Next is presentation overview from CEO McNeely regarding department business plans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to share my screen. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Just noting the time, and I just wanted to see, we do have another meeting, and I just realized that CA, it's excellent at explaining details and really good at this. I'm just concerned that this is gonna take a couple hours. Is this something that we maybe consider? I know you have another meeting coming up another time, I just don't know if this is, I just putting it out there, this is a conversation.
So we do have a bylaw that says at 11 o'clock, should we still be in committee, in the council, that we have to pass a bylaw to extend the meeting or to the next. But we are committed to 11. Not very often we reach it in this council. Regional council, they do it all the time, but not in this one. So, talk fast, you know. Short sentences.
Council, any questions on the business plan?
Good question.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm hitting highlights. Okay, and I'm only gonna, when we actually get to the various departments, I'm only gonna be focusing on the deliverables and action items for 2023, but the documents themselves are a multi-year approach, okay? So basically, in your budget book, you've seen that there's been business plans created for each department within the corporation. Those business plans are updated on an annual basis, and they always take a revolving 3-year forecast period. And that allows us obviously to reflect changes that are occurring internal or external to the corporation. So that could be changes in legislation, economic climate, community priorities, whatever the dynamics may be. We use these business plans. They're obviously informed by the corporate strategic plan. This council will be embarking upon creating a new corporate plan for the residual of your term through to 2026. But the business plan, as well as the corporate strategic plan, help us understand and develop annual operating budgets, the 5-year staffing forecast, the annual capital budget, and of course, the 10-year capital forecast. Basically, each business plan identifies the constraints, opportunities, challenges that are unique to that department. It talks about where legislation or standards exist. And each department for each of the 3 calendar years identifies their deliverables for each year of the business plan. And if anyone is interested in reading the entire document, it's available online on the township's website if you follow the 2023 budget page link. This just very high level summarizes each function area and what tasks are undertaken by the respective departments in terms of core mandates. So looking at my office and the business plan, obviously our key issue is just responding to the changing dynamics of residential and non-residential growth so that we can properly implement programs. And this is more than just saying, for sake of argument, there's 150 new houses being added each year. That's the simple math. It's understanding when are they becoming available, where in the township they're becoming available, and who is occupying those homes. So think of age, think of ethnicity, think of multi-generational housing. All of these dynamics then change and influence fire department, parks and recreation, whether it be green space, what goes into those green spaces and or facilities and programming. And then of course, the linear infrastructure system and having to maintain extra lane kilometers of roads or sidewalks. So growth has implications, but it's more encompassing than just saying we're building homes. What's going into those homes, where, when, and how. Obviously, we need to introduce and maintain our core infrastructure. We need to be environmentally responsive, but we also need to measure them against desired outcomes. We're heavily influenced by the local, provincial, and national economy, and we need to constantly adjust where we are and that rate of growth based on some of these factors. Township Council in June of 2021 adopted what we call Transform WR, Transform Waterloo Region. It was a document that implemented the Toyota agreement to have certain benchmarks in terms of reductions of GHG emissions by 2030 and 2051. It is a foundational document and it has implications on the corporation in terms of how we govern our own practices. And there's a cost attributed to that, both in terms of capital one-time outlay, but annual operating. And then, of course, more recently, we've had 2 significant pieces of legislation introduced by the provincial government. We don't understand the full implications as of yet, and some elements have not yet been proclaimed. Although the legislation is approved, they may be phased in terms of approvals and enactment later in calendar year 2020. But that affects rate of growth, how growth occurs, but also how we're going to be able to reshape and make up for lost revenues and or potential new exposures in terms of programs and associated expenditures. This is just the hierarchical structure of the senior management team and the reporting alignment back to Township Council. And within my office, in addition to providing coordination and direction to the other departments, there are 5 portfolios that fall under my sphere of responsibility. So when we look at 2023 deliverables or actionable items, one is a corporate communication strategy. We've been working on this for about 6 months, and it looks at both digital, print, and other means of engaging the public, but also through surveys, some being statistically significant, others just being community forums, as a way of spreading the word, but also seeking early input as we build strategies for whether it be future programs, new buildings, new park space, whatever the matter may be. In partnership with the region and the 6 other area municipalities, the township is very, very active in the principles of developing relationships with Indigenous government. And what does that look like, and how can we roll that partnership and arrangement? But we also have the broader lens of diversity, equity, and inclusiveness, looking at potentially marginalized communities and ensuring that our programs are shaped in such a manner that they are available and accessible and transparent. Obviously, we've talked a lot tonight about capital forecast and the ability to fund capital delivery. We obviously, it's a continuous program, and we are witnessing shrinking government dollars, whether it be provincial or federal, to go toward that long-term capital strategy. That's why it's so important for us to have those state of the infrastructure reports. They give us just-in-time idea of where we are in our infrastructure, where our priority areas should be in representative dollars. And then our funding strategy tries to bring to life the asset management plan that's formed by studies like stormwater, facility review, and state of the infrastructure roads. Obviously, the whole issue of the township municipal office, and that work is well underway, and I hope in the next month to be able to present to council alternatives and options, what the capital and operating exposures would be, as well as a preferred strategy. And then finally, this whole issue of rural transit, participating in a meeting on Monday with the new Commissioner of Transportation of the region and the regional CAO in partnership with the other 3 townships. All 4 townships are wrestling with what does transit look like? How do we tailor it specific to our rural communities and not a cookie cutter model? This will be the first meeting with the new commissioner in this regard. But obviously, we're looking at some alternatives, and we've been doing some pitches with the provincial government to try and see what opportunities may be available through the Ministry of Transportation to grow the opportunity to extend transit or modified transit system into North Dumfries. Obviously, later this spring, we'll be talking about the corporate strategic plan and setting visions, goals, and priorities for this term of council in the context of understanding internal and external pressures and trends that we see during this term of council. I mentioned a moment ago, Transform WR, and we have a staff level, a work program formed part of our senior management team agendas, and you'll start to see some of that the moment as it relates to individual departments and actionable items as we move forward with the implementation of key elements of Transform WR that are within our responsibility with the overall intent of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. We have a document going back to 2018 related to a vision for downtown air. Number of the items that were in that plan have been addressed, and now it's a time to refresh that document and look at it for another 5 years. And so there'd be the community consultation, including with our business leaders, as we look at a dynamic opportunity for downtown air as a destination. Working with our friends at Waterloo Economic Development Corporation, updating our economic profile for the township, both in a print and a digital format. Waterloo Wellington Futures Corporation is a federally funded economic development agency. It is exclusive to support the rural townships of Wellington County and the 4 townships in Waterloo region. We have not had a lot of relationships with the Futures Corporation. There's almost like a barrier as you sort of leave Guelph. They have made some overtures, and so the intent is to try and use the Dumfries room here or other venues in the town to host workshops to inform and enhance the skills of our small businesses.
So, yeah, really, if I will, it would be nice to have them coming into the top. There is businesses surrounding us that have, small businesses that have, gone through them and been funded to help with their business, so I think it'd be great if you come to the top to council. Thank you.
The next issue is the extension of internet services into our business parks where the township would incentivize through grants. Township Council a couple of years ago did put aside money in a reserve account. And so we've been very successful in partnering with the provincial and federal governments to bring internet to the address across the rural countryside, including an expansion of another additional 1,200 households, which would basically service all of wards 3 and 4. But where we lack is in the business parks. And there's an opportunity through a request for proposal to incentivize the private sector and bring high capacity internet services to our businesses in both air as well as the 9741 business park. Our new greenfield developments, industrial, it's actually a requirement that internet be incorporated as part of the infrastructure within the right of way, similar to what we'll be doing with the greenfield developments from a residential perspective. Are there any questions on the highlights for the office of CAO or the full 3-year business plan as presented in the budget document?
Development.
Madam Mayor, I guess the only thing that I noticed is we've been discussing it for a number of years now is HR on it. So I see your plan that you're gonna go ahead with HR now. So how, like, is that the full-time staff or does a consultant or how are you gonna do this?
No, so for the next 3 years, it would be a consultant to augment and support the senior management team and myself. And in the longer term forecast, we'd be looking at HR generalist, but no, in the next 3-year period, we've identified a consultant to bridge and provide that technical expertise. We have benefited tremendously over the last 3 years from the region, as well as the area HR group. But that line is becoming more precious for them, and so we need to chart our. So draft operating does have an allocation to retain a consultant and fund them each year under the operating budget.
Questions?
So the next department, if I could, would be fire department and emergency management. It's a dual focus. Chief Shines is a double hammer. We're faced with pressures attributed to the fact that we are heavily reliant on our part-time on-call volunteers. So not only are they our frontline fire suppression rescue personnel, but they also deal with vehicle maintenance, they deal with training and fire prevention. So as you can appreciate, every time they assist us, it's out of their personal time, their family time. It is, when we look at fire prevention, it's a highly technical, trained environment. We have made investments in our fire department personnel. We've targeted 4 individuals and we've made the investment, continue investment to put them through the requisite courses to do this. But it's just a matter of having the pool available when we need it to do the inspections. And of course, the demands are growing as legislation changes, but also as the township grows. And it's being able to carve out enough hours of their time to meet this challenge. And companion to that is the public education and outreach component. As relates to the issue of responses, we continue to witness year over year additional fire and rescue calls. And, once again, puts pressure on part-time on-call volunteers. And that's not only just a but it's also time of day and the day of the week. So we did make some changes in consultation with council approximately 3 years ago as it related to the tiered medical response. And we did enter into a new agreement with Honolulu EMS and the CAC, which is the Provincial Dispatching Agency. And we have seen a significant reduction in, I'm gonna call them frivolous, from the fire perspective, tiered response. And that has made a tremendous savings in terms of demands on our fire service. But just because of growth, or it could be background traffic going through our township and the motor vehicle accidents. That's number 2 after medical calls. Whether we grow or not, things around us are growing and driving up artificially our incidents and putting pressure on our part-time on-call volunteers. Obviously, there's continuing changes with respect to legislation and regulations. And that means we're constantly having to train and retrain and recertify. And it's putting pressure on new equipment and types of equipment, as well as the precious dedication of time of our volunteer members. The last aspect is just elevating the whole aspect of emergency management into the culture of the organization. It is our administration staff that are the emergency management response. And you have to appreciate we're drawing people from disciplines that aren't part of that natural environment. And while some skills may be transferable, it's a foreign area for them. And it requires them to work outside their comfort zone. And so we have a very aggressive training program internally. We're doing mock scenarios in small little chapters, smaller groups to bring everyone's skill sets up. But it's to make it part of the culture of our municipality, because emergency events are becoming more and more frequent. Weather is now the #1 dictator in terms of emergency management, in terms of risk. Whether it be ice storms, tornadoes, flooding, it's now a dominant element of emergency management. So when we look at the fire department in terms of their key 2023 goals, we have a recruitment class. They've had their first session. We're really excited about our 8 new recruits, and they've got an intensive training program scheduled for fiscal year 2023. By June, they'll have both practical and written on their NFPA 1001 level 1, and by year end, we'll have secured level 2. And that's both practical, online, as well as in-person lectures and tests. I mentioned a moment ago about the medical response. We have seen positive trends because of the reshaping of that agreement, but we continue to monitor that because it continues to increase. And our concern is, as there continues to be offloading demands at the hospital, that's tying up more paramedic units, which is delaying their availability, which is putting more artificial pressure on the fire service then to intervene because there's a delay in an ambulance response. It's a vicious circle. So obviously I mentioned earlier, we are growing the fire prevention public outreach component, and we're gonna have to explore perhaps some alternative models to complement our volunteer fire personnel to assist in that very, very important portfolio. We have an aging senior level in our fire department, and we started about 2 years ago looking at succession planning. When you see our org chart, part of that was to recognize succession planning and making sure we had captains, but also lieutenants, so they're gaining some experience. We're investing money in their training. grow them so that as senior members retire in the next few years, we have that continuity of leadership and skills at an incident commander level. NFPA 1035 is public education and related to fire safety. We're going to try and work toward that standard. We're not obligated to go to that, but as a good progressive, and the more we get out in terms of public education, hopefully it means greater awareness, and then we don't have the incidents that follow. We are, however, obligated to have a community risk assessment in place by July 1st of 2024, in accordance with prevention regulation. This is an encompassing risk that looks at all of our hazards and our strategy to deploy or mitigate against that hazard or hazards. The emergency management plan, we updated it in 2018. It was a rework of the document. We made a significant shift. We adopted the incident management system, the IMS model, and reworked the plan accordingly. It's now been in place for 4 years, or coming up to 4 years, and it's important that we go back and refresh. There have been some subtle changes to the IMS model that we would need to incorporate into our plan, but we've also now had the experience undeclared emergency event, which was the pandemic, and lessons learned from that and how they may influence our emergency management plan and or information that council may wish to send up to the region and the 6 other area municipalities as it relates to the pandemic plan. So back in 2011, the 7 area municipal councils in the region adopted a joint pandemic plan, which becomes almost a chapter within the area municipalities emergency management plans. There isn't a strong link between the two documents. So we need to make that. But there was also some lessons learned that we may want to send up to our partners, saying this is some things that we need to rework on the pandemic plan, which works in parallel with our emergency management plan. Program committee, we met in December, and we've started to craft deliverables and items that we see as needed in the emergency plan going forward. And it's the intent before the summer recess to bring forward recommendations to council on changes or adjustments to the emergency management plan and or information to be shared with our partners related to the pandemic plan. Township Council last year having a discussion about service levels, area service rates, tackled the issue of the Cambridge Fire contract. Just so everyone's aware, everyone talks about Ward 4. All of Ward 4 is in the contract area, but almost half of Ward 3 is as well. Generally speaking, if you were to take Shoaldice Road east, or to take the Dickey side, the Edworthy Side Road east, that is part of the Cambridge contract area. It's a large footprint, and we're serviced primarily on 2 separate halls in Cambridge to service the contract area, and then obviously based on nature of call, augmented by other calls. The current agreement is first response. Depending upon the nature of the calls, if it's structured fire, we're automatically dispatched. So Cambridge is the appropriate call dispatched, and we're dispatched. If it's just a motor vehicle accident or medical call, it's exclusively Cambridge in that response area. If they're going to be on site for more than an hour, their incident commander would do a size up initially, and we would be told out. We would be responding, but they would have already intervened, and we would then take over command and deploy our resources then to pick up from that point through to the wrap up of the incident. Council last year said to myself and the fire chief what other options exist for the Cambridge contract area. And so we committed to come back in 2023 with models, costing, and potential scenarios as alternatives. The current contract expires the end of 2024. And this is the organizational structure.
Question.
Can I ask a question? With regards to emergency management plan and the pandemic plan, I don't know if the rest of council, the new council will understand this. I didn't realize it myself until the Emergency Act was proclaimed, that we essentially have no role whatsoever in governance when there is an emergency act. So we are basically, we have no function anymore. So we serve at the leisure of the emergency group, right? The emergency.
Well, you're still the council, you're still the township.
Right.
But the emergency issues are done by the regional council and by the command post here enacts what the regional emergency center tells. Yeah, so we just react to it here, the community.
So basically, a year and a half, you weren't really in power. So my only concern with this, kind of, but technically, we did have power. So all I'm saying is that when they reassess this emergency management plan, there should be, I think there should be a place added for the mayor to be part of that group in,
Oh, I am.
in the pandemic setting, because council didn't have any involvement in it.
So I'm on the regional one, and I'm on the one here. But the regional councils were kind of upset because they're not on, we completely left out. And they were quite upset. But that's.
But even for us as the council, we weren't really, loop other than what information was.
And
share
share
with us,
really send out the documents. The information's handed out.
I guess the question I had is, after a year and a half of pandemic, whether that was really an emergency or not, at what point should the act be reviewed and the council be allowed to go back into government?
But you were governing, you still governed the township, the day-to-day township. You didn't govern the emergency. You governed the township. Nothing changed. We still had council meetings, we still did our job. What you didn't have control over was the pandemic. Except to the extent where this council pulled out of the pandemic before anybody else. Now, it was only a week ago, we did pull out of it because there was a criteria that you had to be in the, if you were in emergency, you had to meet this criteria. And we felt that we had met all the things that said we were done the emergency. So we pulled out a week earlier. Captain Gary Cambridge pushed the regional council to say, no, we should stay until for the week, so it's a whole year. It's the document says you're out when these things are done. They wanted to stay for a date to see if it was done. But yeah, that's the way it was just was put out.
So this is the organizational structure for the fire department, and you can sort of see the different areas of responsibility and how we break out what is now 37 members, one full-time, and the other 36 being paid on call volunteer firefighters. Moving to, sorry, are there any questions related to fire department or emergency management?
Any questions? No? Okay.
So with respect to engineering and public works, obviously, when we look at our infrastructure system, just given the sheer mass of the number of kilometers of roads, the different hierarchical ratings of our roads, bridges, stormwater management, sidewalk, streetlights, it is significant by cost to keep it in a state of good repair, and obviously from a risk management perspective. As infrastructure ages, exponentially it deteriorates. Okay, so the timely intervention is important to keep that cost down, whether it be an operating and or capital exposure. Obviously, because of growth, there are certain roads that are being upgraded because they're handling additional traffic. The current road by design can't handle the traffic. But you also have the pressure of trying to integrate the new infrastructure with the old network, which means in some cases, you've got to go into the old network to maybe oversized stormwater management pipes or whatever. And so you've got the knitting of the old and the new. As a corporation, we are migrating away just strictly from Four Seasons maintenance and reacting, it snows today and therefore we won't snowplow. It is trying to be more proactive, and that means a more aggressive campaign if we just look at boulevard trees as it relates to doing more pruning of the trees and the like, so that they're not perhaps interfering with the road system, but more importantly, they're being assessed before they become a problem in terms of a likelihood of wind damage and bringing down trees. We need to harden our linear infrastructure system, and that can either be hardening the infrastructure itself or putting green infrastructure ahead of the hard system to recognize the influences of climate change. And this is really focusing on roadside drainage, storm sewers, and stormwater management. These microbursts with frequency of rains or heavy rains in the dead of winter when the ground is frozen is becoming a more and more regular event. And the historic design of infrastructure didn't account for that type of influence. And then obviously looking at the renovation expansion at the Public Works Depot, partly because of older buildings and or attributed to growth and the need to enhance buildings or support systems to support the growing demands on the linear infrastructure system. So some key 23 goals and deliverables. One is submission of a roadside brushing policy and a standard level of service for council's approval. Taking our recently deployed digital road patrol program, so we have tablets with a software, and it's just in time information uploaded into our system. But taking that information and actually migrating it truly into our Four Season inspection and investigation component associated with minimum maintenance standards. The presentation and approval of a boulevard tree management program. And obviously an urban area will be different than the rural countryside versus the rural settlement. But trees do play a part of our streetscape. And we need to be more dynamic in terms of what that looks like and what it means, operating and capital. We have issues on certain roads in urban area, either because the road is perhaps narrow in its platform, and or curves and or changes in grade, whatever, where we currently allow parking on both sides of the road. And if people don't park properly, it can create constraints to flow through traffic and or emergency response. So the testy battle of identifying what side of the road street parking may occur on some of those roads and going out for the public engagement and education component that goes with that. Obviously finalizing the master plan. We're in the closing chapters of putting together a document for council's consideration. And with that master plan, we identify what the ultimate would look like in terms of spatial footprint of buildings and where. There'll be a phasing strategy as well as cost estimates for each phase, part of the redevelopment of the Public Works Depot. The whole issue of climate adaptation mitigation as it relates to our infrastructure system. So I talked a little bit about the hardening, but we need to look at our broader network for this, which includes trees and tree planting. But it also will inform new engineering standards in our greenfield developments in terms of what we're having the developers put in the ground that we eventually assume. The submission of a corporate fleet strategy for all of our vehicles. So this goes well beyond just public works, it's fire, administration, rec. And how are we going to implement, keep the rules identified in the transform WR documents? We did in 22 take possession of our first hybrid vehicle. And we have identified other deliverables in the forecast that would fulfill that. But we need to have that broader corporate fleet management strategy for a consistency perspective.
And what do we charge our hybrid vehicles?
Hybrid, in our case, they are self-charging. So as the motor turns caused by wheels, there's an oversized alternator and it charges up the online battery system.
Very cool.
And we've seen it in both our bylaw enforcement vehicle as well as the fire chief's vehicle. We've seen a significant drop in terms of distance traveled per liter of fuel, as well as frequency of filling up their respective vehicles. Just in the short time that we've had them in service. We are looking at phase 2 of the LED streetlight conversion program. So back in 2018, 2019, we changed out all of the high pressure sodium overhead streetlights, which was about 70-75% of our inventory. What is left is what we call the top post. So the luminaire, high pressure sodium for the most part, sits on top of a post. And we're looking at changing those out to LED. And obviously this has two key things. One is obviously goes toward our GHG emissions because it takes about 60% less energy. But there's also the operating savings. And we've witnessed about a 40% drop in our energy bill for our streetlight network for the first phase in terms of both energy consumption, but we also have a extended life of those luminaires before they have to be replaced if we're going to contrast that against the typical high pressure sodium. And then a review of the township site alteration bylaw. Excuse me. Taking into consideration, province over the last 2 years has been phasing in regulations. Most recently came into effect January of 23 as it relates to excess soils. So we need to have a more dynamic review of our site alteration bylaw, partly because of our own experience, but also because of wanting to knit and incorporate elements coming out of the province's recent adoption of regulations.
Bushman's put in a bylaw stating that if any importation of fill, we have to pay a levy money. They have not signed the bylaw yet, and company came to import fill, and paid. So we'll have to look at that as well.
So Mallory, we have it in our bylaw now. You may remember there was a court proceeding against the township. And we were able to secure, I apologize, I'm gonna go from memory, it's either 30 cents or 32 cents a cubic meter. And that's built into our fee bylaw, and we have been collecting on that. It does not apply to properties where fill is imported into licensed aggregate sites because we have no jurisdiction there. But if the license were to be surrendered and fill were to be imported, and there is a site alteration permit applied for and granted, that's when we'd be eligible to collect that royalty fee.
This will be the end of this. It was quite interesting, James C. was talking about.
Ministry, as soon as they find out, will close that down. We have no jurisdiction. So this is the organizational structure for the engineering and public works department, and obviously we both have a technical as well as an operations side to that department. Corporate services is a series of divisions, the clerks, treasury, information technology, and bylaw enforcement. Obviously, we continue to migrate into a digital software dependent world. And we continue to expand how people can transact with the corporation from a financial perspective. And that includes continuation of online opportunities for both planning, building, and recreation. Given the diversity of the portfolio within corporate services, there is a real opportunity for synergies. And obviously that requires then cross training amongst individuals within corporate services to deal with its multifaceted approach. Corporate records management, paper component, we're going back decades and decades and decades, putting them into a digital format that can be archived and accessed through the one called ONRIMS system, which is a municipal records management entity. But everyone forgets the digital side. So it's archiving all of these emails so that they can be, like a piece of paper, tracked and recorded, so that if there's a freedom of information request and or there's a legacy issue that might arise, whether it be paper or digital, we can have timely access to it and we can report it accordingly. Think of all the correspondence, emails, reports, minutes, agendas, bylaws, technical studies. That's records management. It's a huge aspect. We're going back decades, 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 and decades. And trying to also deal with the present term. We constantly are looking at technology gaps and how can we leverage technology to improve efficiencies and productivity. That's an ongoing exercise, obviously, as new technology becomes available or existing technology becomes more affordable or transport, case may be. So our frontline vehicles, fire department, there are now cell-based tablets in all the fire apparatus, which brings key pieces of information. All of our building department vehicles have tablets, and they can do their inspections and do just up in time loading and sending information to site supervisors as well as our records. Public Works, Road Patrol, and supervisor has it in his vehicle. These are all mounted and are accessible to do work as it occurs, as it presents itself. The issue of asset management, obviously there was two-phased deadlines before by provincial regulations. July of 2022, we had to have a hard infrastructure in place. We did. And by July 1st, 2024, we have to do the soft side. So that's all of our facilities, our parks, our trails, and other buildings have to be part of our asset management plan and the reporting and funding strategy for those assets. So key deliverables continuing. Obviously, we're looking at phase 2 of the asset management plan, looking at those soft services. We talked during the capital budget last week for 2023 about the next phase of electronic procurement as it relates to the bids and tenders program, both making improvements internally, but also externally for those that may be using current bids. The issue of municipal governance, including council composition, how members are elected. It's a growing community. Do the current ward boundaries make sense if we look out 5 years from now, 10 years out from now? What are options and scenarios? Council will have to make a decision as to whether or not, in advance of 2026 election or later election, whether or not an alternative system is warranted. This essentially has to be done in year 1 and 2 of council, if it's going to be undertaken, just given the lead time then to prepare the next municipal election in 2026. So it goes to voters list, obviously education, potential candidates, and the like. Website is a continual exercise. Part of it's driven by AODA legislation, but part of it is our ability to have meaningful two-way engagement and information exchange, focusing on elevated customer service. In 2018, we had a delegation talking about backyard hens. Council asked staff to go away and create a program. We did. We brought back a pilot project. We haven't had a lot of uptake on the backyard hens program. So I guess the question we will be asking the council, we're going to bring forward all sorts of data and discussions about the pilot project and ask council, do you want this program going forward or does it get sunset?
Okay, Kevin.
And as part of our annual review, we take a certain number of bylaws and we go back and we look at them, how effective are they, has legislation changed, have court decisions influenced one or more of these, and we make updates accordingly and present them for council. We try and group them into thematic areas. So this year we're talking about the lot level. And so we got clean yards, property standards, fence, and noise. These are existing bylaws, and it's part of a refresh lights. And this is corporate services and the organizational structure, looking at the different areas of emphasis and different functional areas that are dealt with by full-time, part-time, or in some cases contracted suppliers like Department of Information Technology or animal control. And we have part-time seasonal employees here on work crossing guards. Any questions on corporate services? Leisure and community services. This department will be going under the most transformative change of all of the departments. If we look at internal pressures. We'll get to planning in a section, those are external pressure. This is internal. We have a blueprint that council embraced through the Leisure Services Master Plan that looked at a 10-year horizon and looked at cultural, event, recreation, passive and active, sports, and said, okay, based on a community such as yours, based on income levels, urban rural mix and the like, here's a strategy, and there was 80 some odd recommendations. Staff brought a report to council in August and said, lots of recommendations, huge amount of work, we need to disaggregate it, prioritize. And so we did a work program for 22 to 25, and then a mid one for 25 to 27, and the rest will be reviewed at a later date. Our issue will be trying to meet community expectations, because as properties are bought and sold, or as new growth is occurring, a number of the people that are moving into North Dumfries have come from other outlying urban centers, where some of these programs or services were already readily available. We do not at present deliver recreational programming in North Dumfries. We provide space for community-based organizations or private sector operators or non-governmental organizations to have programs. The Leisure Services Master Plan recommended that the town should get into some elements of direct delivery in partnership or in parallel with private sector, non-governmental or community-based organizations. That's a significant paradigm shift. So we do and have and will continue to rely heavily on our volunteers and community groups. And maybe there's an opportunity for us to provide training or to access training to help them grow and create more capacity. The more we can work in partnership with volunteers or community groups, the less burden it places on in terms of having to hire staff. We need to better leverage software. We have the software, it's a matter of turning on more of the modules to it to facilitate invoicing, integration to contracts, but also bring them into the website so people can register online and or see open blocks of time where they may be able to get a slice of ice or something equivalent. We do have a number of memorandums of understanding with various community groups. You will be hearing 4 presentations on Monday night. There are others where we might be able to forge partnerships. Once again, working with community groups and having a shared understanding of roles and responsibilities can leverage them, and once again, reduce the need for direct township delivery or hiring more staff. For the most part, the MOUs that we have in place have worked well, both for the community and for the township. There are other opportunities. Obviously, the issue of the Legal Services Master Plan and the ultimate direction that council wants to take in terms of new services or programs or service levels will have an implication on future operating budgets. We need to look at the delivery of programming opportunities, both indoor and outdoor, in the rural countryside and within our rural settlements. The Leisure Services Master Plan identified significant gaps in that regard. And obviously, they would need to be scaled differently than, let's say, we would do at a neighborhood level in urban area. It doesn't mean they're any less important, it's just a different way of having to do it. And we have difficulties, especially on the indoor side, in terms of Ward 3 and 4, in terms of having available township control space. And so we may have to look at partnerships where we rent space to deliver some elements of the indoor program. And that's sort of touched in those 2 last points, both the indoor and the outdoor component, looking at programming and access to leisure opportunities. So when we look at the deliverables for 2023, the key ones, obviously it's to start the work program coming out of the council adopted program in 2022. We do have a model as part of your orientation program to talk about the Leisure Services Master Plan and the work plan. It is an encompassing document, it's transformative, but it's a huge change in culture. The Trails Master Plan was in the year of 2014. It really didn't deal with prioritization of trails. It did not speak to operator capital. You saw an extract that staff have taken, which was part of that shared screen. We're talking about the Nithville Bridge. That is something that staff has been working on. That's been specific to urban air. We want to inform future development properties. But the same needs to be done across the rural countryside. We are looking at creating a consolidated listing related to all non-government, private sector, or community-focused leisure service providers, so that it can be used as a means to either look at potential partnerships, or if someone comes to the municipality and says, I would like to take up whatever the service might be, we may be able to direct them to an established organization that may or may not be necessarily operating in the community as we have at this present time, but they're part of a roster. We talked a little bit about the facilities life cycle report. It has 2 different lenses. One would be to obviously inform the asset management plan, but it's also a means of looking at ways that we can look at operations containment and how we might be able to also do the transform WR program to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Fleet and buildings represent 92% of our GHG emissions as a township. So you can understand why a specific emphasis is placed on those 2 areas. And the last aspect is bringing the twin pad concept and design drawings for council with recommendations for next steps. And we'll just talk about that. We review the 10-year capital forecast. And this is the organizational structure for leisure and community services. As you can see, there's both an administrative, community-based side, and there's heavily weighted on the operations side for both indoor and outdoor facilities and amenities. Any questions council might have on leisure and community services? So development services. I mentioned a moment ago that leisure and community services is going to have to go on the most transformative change driven by internal factors. Development services is heavily influenced by external factors. And it's driven partly because whatever comes out of Local 6, if the province approves it with modifications. But it's also Bill 23 and Bill 109. These pieces of legislation have changed in a dramatic manner how planning will be undertaken, timelines, as well as areas of responsibilities and mandates. Mixed into that is a review by the province's policy statement and a place to go for the greater Golden Horseshoe area. These pieces of legislation at summation represent basically a rework of 50 years worth of planning policy in Ontario. So as you can affect, as a service deliverer, changes the needs and dynamics, not only in terms of the technical capacity of our staff, but also what council as an approval authority will have to deal with. So to ensure that we can meet some of these new timelines, we need to redo our process mapping in terms of internally how we deal with things to ensure that we can streamline the approval process, meet the new requirements under the Planning Act. Obviously, there's the balancing of growth, both in the form of greenfield, intensification, redevelopment within established neighborhoods, and then rounding out our rural settlement areas. Climate change, and what that looks like in terms of layouts of new emerging neighborhoods, as well as how do we work with the building community as it relates to future build or adaptive reuse in older buildings. And how does that inform perhaps the building bylaw, subdivision agreements, engineering design standards, and the like. All of this is trying to take elements of the Transform WR program and look at reducing GHG gas emissions. So 23 key deliverables. Obviously, trying to figure out what comes out of growth management, partly through Local 6, partly through the transfer of planning responsibilities. If Bill 23 is proclaimed as it relates to the region, no longer being an upper tier with planning responsibilities. So it expands our approvals requirements, review, as well as developing and reshaping planning policies to be implemented through an efficient planning going forward. The whole issue of ancillary dwellings, the province by right, as indicated now in an urban area, create municipal water and sanitary sewer. 3 dwellings are now permitted as of right on an urban lot. Greenfield, it could be an existing home and then expansions. What we don't know, because we haven't seen the regulations, does it rewrite our accessory building requirements if we're looking at a detached structure? Think of height, think of relationship to lot lines. Province hasn't provided those particulars other than 3 units allowed as of right. What's mean for parking? We have current standards. The urban area, they may or may not be relevant anymore, given what might come out of Bill 23. Bill 23 did not speak to the rural countryside or rural settlements. We have existing standards allowing ancillary dwellings in the rural countryside and rural settlements. We embarked upon a program to update our 2018 standards last year. We actually in May had a public meeting. Knowing that the province was starting to signal housing action, we have not activated that draft bylaw because we wanted to see what actually came out of the provincial exercise. So we may be tweaking our rural standards to allow a little bit more flexibility in terms of utility dwellings across urban and rural portions of our community. This is an easier way of creating that gentle density and growing rental housing stock. That's scalable in the context of adults. We need to upgrade our property management system, and with that, finally migrate fully into a virtual online building permit process. Right now, we're taking in PDF documents. This online system will be a little bit more encompassing in terms of how that would interface with the private sector and the introduction of building permits, and finally updating the township's building bylaw. This is the structure of our development services department, and you have the two divisions being planning and the building portfolios. Madam Mayor, that is the overview of the department business plans. Any questions on development services or the business plans proper? I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, can I please have the motion?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Roman, that council adopt the department business plans for the 2023 and 2025 time period as blueprint documents.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Next up, we've already done the area rates, so it's 6.4 bylaw enforcement services level. Cielo, do you want to speak on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can, if council wishes. The genesis of this, there was a discussion at the January 17th meeting as to whether or not there was a need to add additional hours or depth capacity to the bylaw enforcement division as part of the 2023 budget. So the takeaway was staff were to come back. So the report in front of you, discussion paper number 4, provides some context of what our historic service level is and how we have staffed that. It is comprised of one full-time employee, the senior bylaw enforcement officer, and generally speaking, through the year, we have budgeted for the equivalent of 24 hours of part-time staff. We scaled down in the winter time because the nature of the work changes dynamically, and we reallocate those hours into the April to November period when business activity occurred. If I was looking at a budget perspective, generally speaking, it's dollar average over 12 months at 24 hours a week. Notionally, that was to have 2 part-time officials. We have had at times 2 part-time officials. There have been changeover in the part-time portfolio as they take on full-time positions, or they sometimes find the workload in terms of balancing their full-time job and their home life difficult to balance. So we have had turnover in that portfolio in the part-time. And our current part-time has stayed in the same employer, but has taken a different bylaw enforcement role within the city of Mississauga, which changes hours of availability. So we did find the latter part of the fall, we were getting gaps in our bylaw coverage because of that changing circumstance. We chose to wait till now to go into the marketplace to recruit for that second part-time bylaw officer, knowing that we were scaling our hours back in the traditional winter season. And the intent is that the second individual will be available for the ramp up in April. Generally speaking, between the part-time and full-time staff. If we look at an aggregate over the year, it equates to approximately 3,000 hours coverage. And as I said, we scale between the winter and the spring, summer, fall seasons. Generally speaking, we run rotating shifts through the business week, evening hours, weekends. In the winter season, we do try and get out 4 to 5 times in a typical month, the overnight period, to deal with parking enforcement overnight. That's that 2 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. time period. We have found, as I said, that in 2022, we had 146 significant incident files, of which 11 remain open. And by leaving open, they mean they're in front of the court, so we're waiting for court action in terms of appearance, and or the investigation continues. We had only 125 files open in 2021. And I would suggest to you, as the township continues to grow, and as we witness people living closer and closer together, we will witness more and more bylaw complaints where there are conflicts between neighbors. And I don't want to say this is an urban rural issue because we see it in both lenses. All I'm saying is, as people get closer together, the likelihood of increase will occur. And certainly that's part of the trend we've been witnessing. We issued 257 parking tickets versus 218 in 2021. And we also respond obviously to telephone or email inquiries. There's an education component, and in some cases, there's a nuisance complaint, doesn't necessarily register as a file. We go out, we assess, and there is no file open because there is no infraction, or it's not within our jurisdiction, and it gets referred to the appropriate agency. So we identified that there are a series of options or scenarios. I mean, obviously today, in the draft 2023 budget, which reflects the service level of 2022, it's the one full-time employee and funds to cover 24 hours of coverage on an average basis per week over the year, which is the sum equate to about 3,000 hours of service. That's the status quo. Staff is recommending for 2023 that we maintain the status quo. We believe that we have that second part-time officer, we will have sufficient coverage to meet what the demands are for fiscal year 2023 based on our experiences in 21 and 22. Other options that are available to Township Council. Option 1 was to hire a second full-time fire officer on a 40-hour work week. And we have identified this at a cost of $102,000, which would cover wages, benefits, which include employer payroll deductions, clothing, as well as training and a laptop computer. This is the most expensive of any of the scenarios presented for consideration, Council. The second option is to grow our part-time hours from the 24 hours, 40 hours a week. So now what you might have is 3 part-time or potentially 4 part-time file officers. Don't know the strength of the talent pool in terms of recruiting, but the intent would be to grow the part-time hours. And if the pool is slightly larger, there's more hours available, you'll get more hours of coverage, but you also may have more flexibility in terms of when you schedule those hours, recognizing that most of them have a full-time job, so we're working around their full-time job obligations. And we've identified that if you were to go with additional part-time hours in the quantum of 16 hours a week, The cost to implement that aspect will be approximately $35,000 on the 2023 budget. Option 3 would be to increase the part-time hours, effectively doubling what we have today. So today we funded 24. You would add another 24 to bring part-time hours up to 48 hours. In addition to the full-time staff member at 40 hours. And that cost would be $53,000 budget hit year over year. Option 4 is basically the program that we are embarking, which is to make sure that we've got a good pool from this is to look at more on pool, but maintain the same hours. So perhaps having 3 part-time officers, we each potentially get fewer hours. That may be a difficulty in terms of recruiting. People may want a certain amount of hours to make it meaningful. Cost to us is about $5,000, which is the laptop and clothing component and training. But what it might do is if we have 3 or 4 candidates would be to have more flexibility on our basis. Schedule hours when we want them, recognizing that most of them will have full-time employment and we can work around their schedule. And then option 5 is just to maintain the existing scenario, but make sure that we have that second officer. So we are recommending option 5, which is to maintain the status quo as it relates to the 2023 budget allocation. Maintain the service level at 3,000 hours of service based on 1 full-time and the part-time component. And we want to flag for council that we have a standard service level policy. And the policy talks about it being reviewed by council every 3 years. And the renewal date for that is 2024. And that may be the more appropriate time when council may wish to look at changing service levels and looking at a different model for the delivery of bylaw enforcement hours based on the landscape of that. Now, there's nothing to stop council from reviewing that policy earlier, but we did work on a 3-year schedule and 24 is the anniversary date. So, Madam Mayor, I'm available to answer questions that council might have on discussion paper.
Councilors. Councilor.
Madam Mayor, I guess the end goal really is to end up with full-time officers. So I guess we have to look at some sort of strategy to phase it in over the next couple of years. Maybe this year is not the year to start, but I want to make sure that when we do review this bylaw or this department, that we're moving towards having that additional part-time person and then maybe additional part-time people and then able to move it to 2 full-time. Otherwise, we'll be stuck where we are for a long time.
I don't think we can ever go to 2 full-time. We have to be 2 full-times and a part-time to fill out when they're on holidays or sick or whatever. So, but I don't think we can do it right now. We've set a budget, so we would be talking about a 0.5% to 1% increase if we did it now. So, and again, it is to be reviewed in 2024. So if we're in agreement with that, then can I have the motion, please?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Coleman, that the discussion paper number 4, 2023 operating budget bylaw enforcement service be received.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Here is the correspondence that was handed out from Jim and Pat Hagan. They don't think there should be any tax increase at all. And, perfect world with them, inflation and increase in the cost of fuels and everything else. So, for your commissions and any comments. Okay, then I can ask for, a motion, please.
Myself and Councilor Tilly, that a correspondence received from Jim and Pat Hagan.
All those in favor? Thank you. And I know you guys don't want to hear this, but we're at the confirmatory bylaw. Can I have the motion, please?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Williams, that bylaw number 3380-23 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on January 26, 2023, be read first, second, and third time, and finally be passed, signed, and sealed by the mayor and clerk.
All those in favor? That's carried. And finally, at 10:29. Can I please have the agenda?
Mayor, moved by myself, second by Councilor Pilly, that whereas business before the special budget council meeting has concluded at 10:29 p.m. And be resolved, this meeting is adjourned and meets again on Monday, January 30th at 6 p.m. for council meeting.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
State for the fact, I thought this was going to be